Welcome everyone, thank you for being here. My name is 4x4, that is Roodood. We've got CBLOL English playoffs, lower bracket time. It is Los Grandes versus Fluxo. Roodood, this should be a good one. This is the 3-4 matchup, essentially decide who's going to go up against Red Canids in the lower bracket final. And the last time these two teams met, they played a 5-game slapper out in the upper bracket. I am looking forward to maximum entertainment value. You could tell me any iteration of how this series is going to go, and I think I would believe you. These are both very flawed teams, but very good enough to be dangerous teams going at it today.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to take a look at some of the scalps that they've already taken, right? Especially for Los, the fact that they found themselves up against Loud in that lower bracket, up against VKS in that lower bracket, and they've kept on swinging, obviously. And obviously, you know, you look at that from the Fluxo side, well, they got this far through the upper bracket, so clearly they are also a solid team to be contending with. It's definitely one of those series that we get the impression, hey, you know, you win today, we'll see what happens tomorrow, but we're definitely hoping for a good showing between these two. And, you know, by all accounts, you look in the top left of your screen when Los played last, it was, as mentioned, as advertised, 5-game slapper that we were really looking forward to.
And Fluxo crucially came out ahead in that one, and they looked all right in their 3-1 loss to Red Canids. I would even put that, you know, at the foot of Fluxo as much as I would at the foot of Red Canids. They were simply better. Now, how much better were they when they just got tonked by Furia? Does it say more about Red? Is it the Furia? But like those are questions for later. Right now, we've got the battle of to see who's the best of the rest, or at least that's how it's being framed right now. Let's take a look at those rosters when we get a chance. We'll start with Fluxo. Because this team, right, they are not quite as battle tested, right? They beat Los Grandes in a long series, but now have their work cut out for them because Los Grandes, they come into this a little more battle tested. Like you said, Roodood made a lower bracket run. It's Curdy, it's Peach, it's Cody, it's Bao, and it's Momochi. And Roodood, for me, this game is going to, for better or for worse, start and end with the solo laners. Cody's playing out of his mind. He's playing really, really well as of late, but Curdy still, again, it's been the book on Curdy this whole year. We're seeing the flashes, but we need to see him put together for a full 5 games.
Yeah, and importantly, right, if he can't do that, I feel like he's got a really difficult matchup this time round that will exploit that, and that we've already seen be exploited potentially through seasons and series past. I mean, big shout out to Peach and Cody, right? That mid-jungle duo that we already highlighted have been so instrumental this split in making this Fluxo rise almost happen. Peach in split 1 was absent, for lack of a better term. But as we look at split 2, Peach has really started to level up in playoffs, has been instrumental in their success. Momochi has slotted into this composition of players quite nicely as well, and sort of revolved around the changes that Fluxo look forward to as well. So, you know, Bao's relatively been a consistent part of this puzzle. Peach and Cody, though, big steps up, rather.
And that's what's going to be interesting. Cause, I mean, that's what you said, right? Is that Curdy is going to have a rough matchup in him potentially. I mean, if there is anyone, as we get the Los Grandes roster up on your screen, that can make Curdy's life extremely uncomfortable, it is the Los Grandes top laner. It is that boy Zest. Feisty also having a really good split due to an Ackerman down to the bottom lane, and Curse getting slotted in kind of at the last second. They had a bit of a revolving door, did Los Grandes at jungle. Drake Hero, boy cannot catch a break. He's... How many teams has he like started the split on? Then by the end of the split, he's no longer there. It's a shame because it feels like he is the perennial too good for tier 2, not quite good enough to hang in tier 1. But you know, so you got Curse in, right? He was on Red Canids in the kickoff split in the CBLOL Cup, but got dumped out for steps. But now he's back. And Roodood, for me, again, the solo laners are strong. This bottom lane is crazy. The jungle to me is kind of the obvious weakness, but not even in like Curse is going to lose you a game, but he is certainly no Peach, right? He's not that kind of X factor jump.
He's not. And as we transition over to our champ select here for game number 1,
there we go.
We can maybe get to see a good couple of picks that can facilitate Curse, because I think to say that he's the weak link might be accurate, but the reason Los has gone on this big run is they're actually a very, very solid team themselves, sort of across the board. And I do think Curse has slotted into this composition of players actually quite nicely. We take a look at what we had from them in split number 1 with Drake Hero in the offing. Low series losses, most importantly, up against Loud, up against VKS teams that they've already beaten thus far through the playoffs series. So something different has happened.
Something different has happened. We're going to get Cassiopeia here in game 1. Now, we have seen it climb up a little bit in priority. In NACL yesterday, we saw it in game 1. So this isn't, this is something.
Was it first pick?
It was not first pick. It was not. It was game 1, but it was not first pick.
Yeah.
So that is, that is the crucial wrinkle, to be fair to you. But on the other side, now you've got your sort of early game bridge. Bound Momochi going to be on the Caitlyn Karma in the bottom lane, and Los Grandes on the other side with Zess grabbing the Jarvan for Curse. This is a little more of what you want kind of Curse on. Is these more kind of engagey, tank and spank sort of champions. Yeah. Now, Roodood, I have a question that I'm going to answer for myself, but you give me a response. I see what freaking patch we're on, because if we're on 2611, engage supports might just be back.
Yeah, hey, you're going to have to find that answer for me. I don't know. If it's 2611, engage supports might be back. If it's 2610, then these picks are looking pretty good. I know in the LPL, we've started to see little bits here and there of the changes to LPL or to the support role, but typically, this is times gone by. They used to keep patches consistent across playoffs, so the playoffs metas could develop. I don't know if that's something that we're still doing in the Big 26, but either way, we'll talk about what's on our screens here. Two very competent, stable bot lane duos, obviously doing different things. Caitlyn Karma looking to use and abuse whoever they're up against down on that bot side, where Los have picked Ezreal Bard, where, for fairness, the Bard synergizes quite nicely with the Fluxu bot lane, because he's just going to leave and abuse the Ezreal even further. Ezreal, one of the best champs at sort of being able to tank, being in a 2v1 farm at range with those mystic shots. So far, the composition for Los, not particularly committal, quite heavy on the engage, so that's the slowing down of this, is their ability to keep people kited and keep them at a distance. For Fluxu, it's that mid-range where they actually thrive. Obviously, Caitlyn, highest base range for marksman as far as they go, and until Tristana reaches sort of level 18 or what have you. But actually a relatively mid-range champion when we look at what she's playing up against here. The Bard can outrange the Caitlyn. The Ezreal can do so as well with those mystic shots, and the Cassiopeia, much the same as well.
Will be the Victor in the mid lane. On the other side, Peach going to be on the Vi, and Curdy, boys on tank duty. What do they pick into him? Because again, we identified, look, this could be something that you really try to abuse. Hang on a second here. As, we're going to get... All right, Ackerman has to flash the pike, and then he'll figure out what he's going to pick. But you saw the Vayne ban, right, on the side of Fluxu, so kind of tells you, it gives you a little bit of an insight as to what they're going to pick. The rest of the band's relatively unremarkable. Nothing too kind of surprising.
What I
here,
will say is these bans are very indicative of Feisty's champion pool, those second round bans. This Cassio was picked blind off the bat. Feisty had his pick of the litter in terms of answers, Other than that Orianna, there were no mid lane bans to go otherwise. Typically, we see things in the form of an Annie, maybe an Akali, a bit more common, to answer the Cassiopeia, but Feisty, very control mage centered, very, very generic mid lane pool. And this would have been the opportunity for Feisty to throw the gauntlet down a little bit early on and say, okay, you can't just pick a Cassio into me, I'm going to punish you with an assassin. That hasn't happened here, and I think that could be something that, going through this series, again, Cody, one of the brighter spots of Fluxu that we have to mention, could be an area to exploit.
How do you think the Victor is going to do that, or is it going to be a relatively non-interactive sort of like? Well, it's just going to be how does he operate later in the game?
Yeah, I think that the Victor isn't going to punish the Cassio as easily as something like an Akali can post level 6. The Victor still outranges a Cassio, so there's angles in the lane for the Victor to sort of poke at range, use those lasers. The gravity wall's really good versus Cassio, but it's not the all-in punishment that we've come to or that I've come to expect from alternate Cassio counters.
We'll see how they operate with him in this late game. How do they assign, going into side lanes, right? Who do you send to respond into the Scion, right? The Victor can do that. We'll see how much kind of, whether he wants to go that Leandries earlier, whether we're going to see Rod of Ages Victor, sort of like we do with a little less kind of upfront damage, a little more durability, especially kind of in the late game as it goes on. Cody and Feisty, the mid lane matchup we're highlighting here on the overlay. But to me, Roodood is going to come down to that top lane. I mean, the Gnar into Scion seems relatively neutral. Is there anything that we should know about that one, and how maybe Curse is going to want to try to attack that and try to put, or if it's worth it to try to put Curdy in the dirt? Because he's still a Scion. He's still going to be effective.
Yeah, not to put a dampener on it. No, Zest is going to win early. Curty, if he dies, probably dies once, maybe twice in lane. And if that happens, the Gnar in the side lane going to be really beneficial and really nice to turn up to team fights with. Either way, the Scion's going to be big.
So according to our producer,
and they are very usually correct on these things.
Yeah, and I was going to say Leaguepedia says 26 times, but Leaguepedia this year has been having a bit of a howler. So with the greatest respect to the folks that do all the work over there, I know it's for free, and I know that there's reasons that, if I was in your shoes, I'm not sure I'd be having a much more success, but it's not been a great year for Leaguepedia and accuracy, unfortunately. But yeah, if it is in fact 26-11, I think if it is, we are going to bingo. Thank you, sidecar. I was going to say, we're going to get a sidecar. So yeah, I mean, you're seeing that, Area is going to get nerfed, right? Things like Guardian and Aftershock have been buffed. So it is a lot of, it's the Riot special, right? You're going to nerf the champions, you're going to nerf the runes, and you're going to nerf the items. So we're going to try to bring these things back, but we'll see whether it actually kind of takes shape, or Roodood, if it in a kind of do or die, lower bracket meta, needs to stick to what's working, right? So we're going to see as the series goes on how the bot lane meta is going to play out. Punches being thrown back and forth here in the bottom lane, as Doodoo gets the better of Momochi in this trade so far.
Ooh. Yeah, Momochi missing a couple of these Qs. Pretty disastrous as the karma, right? The reason you're so oppressive is that mantra Q. If that goes wide, really doesn't spell good things in the nature of that. But we will look at mid lane quite quickly as Feisty looking with Cody. Good flash.
First immediately going to blow Cody's flash. That is huge.
And that just means that now Cassiopeia homeless for the next 5 minutes. Doodoo's dead.
Whoa. Bao, meanwhile, just going to get a kill there onto Doodoo.
All right.
That feels really good. So,
you know what's going to have happened?
Caitlyn, that's a nice little early advantage.
It is indeed. I guess Momochi's hit some Qs. That would be my wager. Is Ackerman going to flash under that turret? It feels like he could have done. He's still got flash up, so I'm guessing not. And Momochi did get back to base. Hopefully we get a replay of what happened down on that bot side. Feels like that's appropriate nature of things. We'll get to break down what actually went down. But the Caitlyn Karma should be winning anyway. The fact that the wave is pushing sort of into them is a little bit strange, a little bit peculiar. Especially since Momochi hadn't been landing those spells onto the Ezreal. Felt like that wave would have been the next best focus either way. Getting, like you say, that first blood is always really nice for the Caitlyn. She hasn't managed to find a recall though, and that's something that is going to be a little bit more difficult to come by now with the increased wave timers. Hold on, Peach in the mid lane should be fine. There's Feisty, no flash burned, able to walk it out.
No encounters there into the mid lane. Yeah, I do want to see hopefully that replay soon. I think we're just waiting for a good time.
It'll come way too late. Yeah, and we'll go, oh, that's what this was.
Yeah, usually they do a good job of kind of getting us those replays, but again, it's just a question of the timing. Both junglers going to walk past each other here in that top river. Cody going to get the
your flash.
Well, he won't, but it certainly was placed in the right spot where it forced him into some uncomfortable decisions. Momochi was kind of hovering, waiting in the wings, but so was Ackerman, and that's something you talked about, Roodood. I mean, they didn't have a big impact in that one, but both of these supports, Ackerman, obviously, he's going to be leaving. Ezreal Bard, right? It's a roam enabler and a champion that definitely feels good being left alone. And it's interesting to see how Momochi's going to match that, or if not, right? Because the bottom lane pairing is so powerful together.
It is. And what, this is Ackerman subscribing to the Roodood school of support here, which is, I've dinged level 3, I have all of my skills, sayonara bot laner. I will see you when it is next appropriate for me to be down there. You no longer govern me. Once I've got my experience, I'm ready to bounce. And that's pretty much exactly what happens there for Ackerman. Knows that with a mid laner with no flash, hold on, Zest. Some good damage onto Curdy here. One more Q would have been able to find that tick, but doesn't quite have the angle. And Zest yet to recall Curdy still yet to recall as well. They both still got TPs up, so I expect that they're sat on quite a nice chunk of gold.
Now we're going to get that bottom lane replay. Momochi looks like he's going to land the root onto Doodoo. Yeah, he tried to get forward and take Momochi down with him, and it did not work.
It's good trap placement, right? This is power of the Caitlyn Karma. Once you are rooted, it's really easy to land that trap. You get the CC down. And a good flash, missed out spell, it's worth saying, as the Ezreal Q does go wide onto Momochi. Would have been able to find at the very least a 1-for-1 had that spell landed. Didn't though, and costs a 1-4-0, and that play in the mid lane really good to punish just Cody not having a flash. As we look at this game as a little bit of a whole, though, 4x4, looking at which team we're favouring as we move later on. Who are we looking at to be those big carries? I think that for Los, they are the ones a little bit governed by time here. I'm looking across the rosters and think that their scaling just doesn't quite hit the same as we move into the late game. You're looking at Victor, possible. Ezreal, again, possible, playing at that range. But I do favour the ease of execution that Fluxu have here. Yes, Cassio, probably a slightly harder champion to pilot than a Victor. But when you're playing up against quite short-range champions in the Gnar, in the Jarvan, that can make the Cassiopeia's life quite easy. And for the Caitlyn as well, similarly, playing in that mid-range is going to be quite nice. Feisty and Dudu going to have a very important job as this game gets later, though. Can't get in that.
Yeah, oh man, couldn't take the magical journey out. Dragon slain. Cody going to get himself another kill, or his first kill, I should say. Threw down the ultimate just in case, and blew his entire mana bar to do it. Great little sequence here for Fluxu. Feisty might be toast here. Going on over the wall is Peach. Let's see if he wants to take it. He does, but not with the purpose of causing death.
Victor still had the flash up, and tier 2 boots as well means he can very easily buy space. It's a really easy thing for the Victor to just put down the gravity well, flash to the other side. Cody and Momochi there, they can't follow up. I think that's good restraint exercised by the Fluxu jungler, who thus far actually quite quiet. Was one of the pieces that we were highlighting, has now got this Vi. We've dinged level 6. This is the time to start making things happen. On a relative scale, hasn't quite been as active as his counterpart. Curse on the Jarvan has done a very good job thus far at making those early plays and burning the flash of Cody early, making sure that has been repeated on, and then giving the leverage of a kill over to the Victor. Now with that upgraded laser, doesn't have to interact with the Cassio at all, can just clear the wave, walk out, start roaming, do what he wants.
You see the Faded Ashes in his build, so looking like it could be a little bit more of a burn item first to deal with Curdy and Cody as their health starts to stack up to disrespectful amounts. With the Boots of Swiftness purchased by Cody, still a little bit of a trip seeing that. That Cassio does get boots now.
Yeah,
but
Snake grew feet, I think.
Yep. Evolution is it's a crazy thing. You give League of Legends enough time, even the champions themselves will evolve.
Interestingly as well. Go on.
No, just real quick. You see the amount of solo kills. Zest, most solo kills this year by like a country mile.
Yeah.
20. Next best at 13.
I mean, apparently Curdy at third was that was not on my bingo card. I wasn't expecting him to have 13 solo kill or 11 solo kills this split, but such is life. Obviously on the Scion, we're not expecting that number to go up all that much in this game number 1, but one thing I did want to highlight, Feisty actually opting for a very move speed oriented build. He evolved his Q first on the Victor, which does give you that kite capability instead of the laser. So that's going to be something, especially with those tier 2 boots, that is going to be needed to be kept in mind by Fluxu. They're actually getting on top of this Victor, very tricky. The move speed garnered from that empowered Siphon Strike from the tier 2 boots as well. Definitely something that will keep him at a good range from his enemies.
Flag and drag in. Momochi just toast, gets hit by the Cosmic Binding. Yep. Not a chance. Curse on the board, now 2-2. The score as far as the kills are concerned. Going to deny those grubs away. I feel like that's more of the angle here from a Cody and a Curdy.
It is, and for me right now, I feel like Fluxu's game plan hasn't really lined up with where their strengths on the map are. You have this Caitlyn. It's time to try and bully. It's time to try and abuse, as Bao's actually in a bit of trouble.
Oh, man. Ackerman has not only subscribed, he has graduated from the Roodood School of Support. He is all over the map, just making things happen. He hit that crucial Cosmic Binding. Curse is going to go over there with the Cataclysm. Peach in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have the flash. Does have the cease and desist if they want to go back in, potentially, if enough members show up. But Momochi waiting in the wings. That was enough to dissuade them, getting deep into enemy territory. Los Grandes not going to keep up the chase. But Zest getting a lot of one-on-one time with that tower. Going to grab himself, it looks like 2 entire plates.
Yeah, it's a really nice swap by Los there, right? They lose out on a little bit of progression for their role quest. But oh my God, Cody, man. What is happening?
Man, the miasma did not find its mark. He was caught between a Feisty and an Ackerman and ended up in the gray screen.
Yeah, nothing looked good there for Cody, unfortunately. No. That was
Poor dude,
that was one to forget.
Broken.
Yeah, well, he had his ankles broken. Like after, like he threw himself off of the cliff there. That was there was some missed inputs, for lack of a better terminology, right there. Either way, it's a one that he'll look to forget. Feisty now with the upgraded laser as well is very, very accelerated on this Victor, and is going to be a problem here. We talked about the scaling slightly favorable for Fluxu. I do think that obviously the Victor getting this amount of an advantage gonna put a stop to how quick that advantage is going to go Fluxu's way here.
Ackerman does have level 6. Bit of a spike, but yeah, Bao. I wanted to go back to what you were saying earlier, right? About, Bao up ahead in this game. I mean, do you want to just are we waiting for that first item spike to move him into the mid lane and kind of get him more involved in these skirmishes? Or
I mean, I would have been waiting for Zero more time. He's got Caitlyn. That's what we need to start punishing people early on. Like, start taking that bot turret. It's got 3 plates left on it still. I think a little bit more time spent there by Momochi, and you can start really wailing down on that turret. Generate an advantage. Make sure that even though that XP might not start snowballing in favor of Bao, this 400 gold lead that we're getting highlighted, it's not enough.
Ackerman going to flash away, take the magical journey. Peach follows him. He's like white on rice. The tempered fate going to buy everybody a little more time, but just more time for Fluxu to get their ducks in a row. Momochi going to grab the kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, that leaves an imbalance in the river. It's a two against one, excuse me. Cody goes down.
They're going to keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's advantage Los Grandes. If they could get in there, Feisty doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Kurz obviously blew the Cataclysm a little bit earlier, but he's got Flash, Flag, and Dragon. That just might be enough, cutting through the Karma shields. But Curtis shows up. Is it not a moment too soon? That's a big body helping out Kurz, or helping out Fluxu, I should say. Looks like they've got a way into this one. It will be enough. A shutdown for Curdy. How about 2 kills for the Scion, flipping the lane on its head?
Yeah, numbers diff makes the impact on that bot side. Zest didn't have TP. Has probably just TP'd up to this top side, and Curdy makes his TP difference impact felt. Really solid execution by the Fluxu top laner to translate that into a map state more than anything else. As Peach now getting bullied by Ackerman. I don't think he's got the damage to actually do anything here.
No, Ackerman just sort of being a pest. He knows he can... Oh, I was going to say he knows he can get out of there with a magical journey, but with the decimating smash, that journey was put on hold for just a little bit. 2 dragons now for Fluxu. It will be an Ocean Soul that we're going to fight for in at minimum 10 minutes.
Alrighty, and it's Fluxu that are 2 Drakes up to the good here. We look at the gold across the board. Actually, it's pretty even. Overall, it's the single areas where we're looking. Oh, goodbye.
Yep, later, King.
Knot. Yeah,
Zest
you've walked into a Cassiopeia. And that's really good for Fluxu here. The one area of the map that was going really poorly for them just got a little bit of an injection, and it's not like Cody's been playing truly poorly. I think that overall, has his mid lane been slightly imbalanced? Probably. He's had a shocker, to be honest with you, so far. But getting that kill and getting a little bit more gold in his back pocket is going to feel nice and is going to accelerate their way back into this one. As we take a look at the replay, it's Curti able to come down again using that unstoppable onslaught. It's 500 gold on 1 shutdown, so feels really good to get the Scion a little bit more accelerated. Would you want the gold on the Vi? I think it's interchangeable between Scion and Vi at this stage. It's top lane versus jungle, but yeah, it's not worth splitting the hairs for.
No, definitely not. No, and Peach, right? Look, he's got that first item. He's got that Sundered Sky. So now, he's and like you said, he's vibe. He's got gap closers, right? The strength lies in the early game, and once you get that Sundered Sky, then it's just about being in the right place at the right time and being that force to accelerate your team, right? And getting those kills onto various other members. But like you said, Curdy, it's like, okay, you got the 2 kills because you were, again, sort of in the right place at the right time. You helped swing a fight for us, and that was massive. They got the dragon off that as well. Los Grandes have shored up the gold lead. Still no towers have gone down. And that, honestly, surprised me, as the observers are kind of highlighting right now, that there are a couple on their last legs.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Peach and Cursor are like 2nd and 3rd richest members.
Yeah, they've been everywhere, man. It's been quite the action-packed game for them.
And they've been farming as well. Like, Peach has got more farm than his mid laner, almost as much farm as his marksman.
Very efficient game for him. And with the cease and desist, Tempered Fate going to buy some time for that TP to come in. That could actually be huge here, Roodood. But the miasma, or excuse me, the Petrifying Gaze is going to find one. Feisty was able to turn around, but Curse just face tanked it, and he's able to go forward and get in with the EQ, with the Cataclysm. Guess those Merc Shreds really paying dividends. I'm going to assume he had Merc Shreds, because otherwise I'd be surprised that wasn't enough time for Fluxu to run the heck away. But finally, first brick will go down. No, in fact, he has no boots, actually. Just face tank the petrifying gaze. Bao, meanwhile, very nicely done. Peach able to get the CC down. Roodood will survive, but only for a minute. As Ace in the Hole comes in, and Bao getting himself a much-needed kill as well to get himself back on the heads-up display.
And that's what we're looking for. Get the gold into the Caitlyn. Let's try to... I mean, as much as this snowball is made out of water at this point, it's really a little bit too late in the day to try and push this Caitlyn down the hill. It's good to see that the marksman is starting to get some gold Roodood here in this one, having, again, a little bit of a tough time of things. You're playing this Ezreal, 3 deaths early on. Not particularly what we are expecting from you as a relatively safe marksman. You know what you're signing up for when you pick this Ezreal, and it's so far something that hasn't been well established by Roodood, and I think relatively on brand for him, to be honest. I don't at the very least associate him as being this catch-all, be safe, farm yourself up, hyper carry in the late game. Is definitely one of the more aggressive marksmen that I've got in the ballot, let's say. So it's on brand. It's not good, but it's on brand.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. Cody has no flash. He has no ultimate. He will survive.
And he's fine. you'd be forgiven for thinking that it would go a different way. However, he pulled the trump card, which was jungler, and that enabled him to escape. But for both of these sides, it's this dragon that's spawning in about a minute's time that is going to be that next big key objective. With the amount of gold that separates these mid laners, it's very clear to see where Los needs to put their eggs in these fights. Similarly for Fluxu, guess who that Vi is going to be ulting? It's shocker. It should be Feisty. If we see these go onto any other target, it's likely because they're very out of position. Speaking of, Momochi here, fishing for something that ought not to be found.
No, definitely a little too far forward. Gravity Field almost catches him. It's 5 in the mid lane for Los Grandes. Curdy has the TP, can join the fight at a moment's notice. Shelly going to be picked up and put right down. Cosmic Binding finds one. Curdy has half his health bar taken away in kind of the blink of an eye here.
Yeah, does have teleport.
Yeah.
So he can go back to base, come back in with that TP shield. Look who's recalling on the top side as well. So Cody closes that gap a little bit now within 1k, goes back to base. He's going to come out of that with a Fiendish Codex instead. So, not the biggest buy that we're looking for. Either way, TP's back on in, and we'll see. Is that dragon now going to be the next point of contest? Peach trying to look for a flank, trying to get in a little bit deep, and Los know that the Vi is somewhere. It's just whether or not they can spot her out. The answer is yes.
Yep, they saw her. This is now everybody kind of joining the fight in earnest. Zest should be able to get back there in a hurry, but might have to abandon this wave. Yeah, it's doing a little bit of a side quest, but will now rejoin the fight in the river. Does have TP if you want to shortcut that now, but he's close enough. He should just take the scenic route. Peach on the dragon. Curdy getting taken pretty low. Cody looking for a flank on the other side. Magical Journey pop. They're going to try to retreat, but now Tempered Fate goes in. Cataclysm on the other side. Momochi got one with the bind. Is it enough there? No. Cody gets locked up by the Cosmic Binding and sent to the gray screen. Now, big CC, very nicely done by Zest, popping the ultimate, slamming 2 into the wall, but Curdy is just too dang thick. He will survive, as will the rest of Fluxu. Kerf's going to take over dragon duties. Los Grandes walk away the winners in the fight.
So 1 kill plus the stopping of the dragon is big for Los. The fight went pretty disastrously there for Fluxu. Pretty much everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong, and they end up paying the price for it. The fact that it went that disastrously, though, and it was still actually relatively close, scares me for Los. Let's take a look at it all, though. Walking into this Fluxu competition, not easy by any means. You've got Cassio on one side, and Peach, I don't know if that's a misclick or what, but he gets the Bard and not anyone else. A really good ulti by Ackerman actually keeps Cody in place just on the wrong side of the wall as he's taken that magical journey through, thinking he's going to be able to find a good cut-off. But importantly there, it's a great follow-up by Ackerman once again. Really solid fight on the Bard. Yes, Zest lands that nice 2-man Gnar into double wall-up, but it's the flash follow from Ackerman that roots them both up in place. Now Los with a little bit more control over the bot side jungle. Again, it's all about Feisty. If we're not ulting as this Vi onto the Victor, something's gone wrong.
He's up 1.3 thousand gold right now. 5 of the team's 7 kills onto the Los Grandes mid laner. 100% KP. He's on those 2 items.
Oh, Cody.
Going to scale a little bit nicer into that late game. Unstoppable Onslaught going to be used to escape and just try to get an execute or something. Waste their time. Potentially. Waste Los Grandes time as they look to chase him down. Bao gonna grab that mid lane tier 1. So second one of the game for Fluxu. Gonna find Dudu in the bottom lane as well.
In fairness, I mean, this is, like you say, in terms of time wasted, mid lane tier 1 falls, this topside jungle's under pressure, some plates over to Cody as well, all for a tier 1 turret down on the bot side. I'm calling worth here if I'm Fluxu, so whether or not they can get out.
Momochi able to sidestep.
No flash.
Yeah, you're just going to hang out in the back of the Baron pit. Curse going to grab himself the kill.
Ooh.
Arcane Storm burned.
And this is fully evolved.
Yeah.
For the victor. So already very, very scary in these team fights. Around the Baron, it aggroed it. You start to think, were they looking for it? But I think the pick on the Karma, not quite enough there. And especially without Victor ulti, they don't have that turn and burst that they might have been looking for. So it's just dipping their toes in the water there, Los. Just seeing what was going to happen and deciding better of it.
I was gonna make the point that it might still be a better angle for Fluxu, a better window for Fluxu to try and fight, but with the Cleaver completed, now with the Mana Moon completed as well for Dudu, that gap I think has closed. I mean, you were on Bao with 2 items, Peach with 2 items, right? Cody is a little bit behind the curve, obviously, but will be much better off in once he finishes that Seraphs, really. But Curdy grabbing himself a pretty awesome second item, it has to be said, with that Spirit Visage into Feisty. It's certainly going to help out. Feisty doesn't have the pen or the death cap quite yet to try to maybe override that. But now with Cody with that Seraphs, going to feel good.
And what I'd say as well is, despite the gold lead for Fluxu down on that bot side, right, Bao's up in gold over Dudu. Surely that's a good thing. I mean, I'm looking at these items. Who would you rather have? A 2-item Ezreal or a 2-item Caitlyn, right? Like, at this stage in the game, I'm taking Dudu every day of the week. And the gold across the rest of the board also slightly more favorable for these Los Grandes members. So the Caitlyn in a little bit of a trough right here. If this was an IE on 3, maybe we could argue that Bao going to be quite strong, but Stormrazor just doesn't quite hit the same. It gives you survivability. It gives you safety. It doesn't give you the crit multiplier, which is the big deal with Infinity Edge.
With a recurve bow, or excuse me, no, that's the starter.
It's the Doran's bow. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess this isn't IE because IE doesn't build out a double longsword, right?
No, this looks like LDR.
Yeah, sword, pickaxe, crit cloak. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this looks like a last whisper item of sorts. Could be Mortal Reminder, could be LDR. We are not yet certain. I think this game is probably just LDR. There's not too much healing that you need to be worried about. Yes, Dudu's got the Omnivamp boots, but that's about it. So I wouldn't put too much heed on needing to cut down the massive amounts of healing that are coming through.
Would you rather have been IE on 3 with no true tank on the other side?
I would have rather it be 2. I'm gonna be honest.
Sure.
I had to pick. Like we've already sent the boat down the wrong down the wrong way. So like anything from here, it's whatever. Yeah. We're making the best of a bad situation. He's gonna need 4 items before he's juiced.
Yeah. So, yeah, like you said, but I mean, this is the problem as all this time, right? With Caitlyn is that the damage isn't quite there to the extent that someone on the other side might have, like Dudu, who's going to whiff the True Shot Barrage, but going to thin out a wave. So, hey, good job. Purdy getting taken low. Curse gets nothing with the Cataclysm. Now back in with the Cease and Desist is Peach, and he just gets lit up and deleted. Very much not on the same page. Cody gets in, flashes out immediately, turns on to Ackerman. He's a fast snake. Gets nothing with a Petrifying Gauge, just get the back of Dudu. He's going to pop the Seraph Shield. Now Curse taking lows. He tries to find a way back into this fight, but Bao, pretty much untouched. Going to get forward. Now gets forward a little too far, maybe. Ackerman thought he was just defensively trying to turn around, maybe get a little more damage down, but not going to be the case. Both jugglers down for both these teams. Health bar advantage absolutely favoring Los Grandes, but Bao can rip out some damage in a hurry if Dudu isn't careful.
Oh, lots of skill shots here that are just teasing both sides. TP back in. And given that it's both junglers that have gone down, this chase is very important. Can Los keep Peach at bay for long enough? I think that's the important part here. Has happened. All right, the dragon being the prize here. Curse is dead. But Peach isn't going to be able to get back out onto the map. The HP bars for Los just that little bit higher. And again, it's another fight that's won by Los Grandes, and it rewards them with a second dragon. Every single fight that goes Los's way, the next one becomes that little bit harder.
Tempered Fate does land. Gravity Field on top. Cody able to slither on out of that. With just the one ultimate burned there. Zackerman will have that up in no time flat. Los Grandes, yeah, but and Roodood, like you said, it's been a couple of fight wins for Los Grandes, but no real kind of break the game open advantage has been had. There has been a dominant team fight win
They have spotted.
Yep, and now they finally get spotted by the far side alteration. This Baron is going down not quick enough. Yeah, only 2 members on. Everybody else playing bodyguard, but looking for the turn are Fluxu. Cody taking very, very low. That's a big source of damage. Not going to be available. Feisty almost taken completely out of the fight. Peach goes forward and gets lit up. We've seen this a couple of times, Roodood. Peach is getting a little too big for his britches.
And again, like, you just can't go through a board portal solo. Not like that.
No.
Doesn't quite have the damage to get onto Feisty, who I think plays this fight really nicely to be able to escape, to evade the damage that is coming through from Fluxu, but you just lost your jungler. I think that Los here, maybe a little bit too forgiving, gracious, not to be turning onto that Baron. They've still got 20 seconds on the death timer. As we take a look at the replay, Cody gets stunned against the wall, and it sort of makes Fluxu need to go in. Finally, we get to see Feisty capitalized on by that cease and desist. But ultimately, you've gone through a portal with skill shot champs on the other side, and they know that they're going to land those every single day of the week. Really nicely done to find that trade. And now, like I say, this is the time where I think Los maybe been a little bit nice to Fluxu here. They took down the enemy jungler, and what they've not done is turn to the Baron. Either way, though, 4x4, what I will say, our expectation coming into this series, slobber knocker of 5 gamer. Game number 1, it's putting out well.
Yeah, the knockers have been slobbered. Or, wow, pause.
Whoa!
Wow. All right.
You didn't think you were going to say that on broadcast today, did you?
No. No, the slobbers have been no, it's not much, it's better, but it's not
You
much
can only
better.
say
All
the
right.
words together, and otherwise they mean very different things.
Yes, yeah, but it has been a very close game, and I think this is going to be a harbinger of things to come. So everybody strap in for more
out-of-pocket context. For more out-of-pocket comments.
You know, occasionally I know what I'm doing, and I'll walk out and go, whoa, pause. That one I genuinely, until it came out of my mouth, I didn't see that one coming. But anyway, Dude has got himself on 3 items now. He's got himself that mortal reminder, I guess, just for Curry. Thank you, Rose. Viewer numbers went up. Keep it up.
That's what they're missing.
To reach that 4th item. But Los Grandes still ever so slightly ahead. Yeah, but Roodood still. This game has not been broken up when it's open. Still, it has been just incremental advantages. Still, it has been, just tiny blunders, right? And Peach has had a few, right? I mean, look, 1, 2, and 5. I mean, it's just, wow. Sometimes I would have bet you my house that Peach was 1, 5, and 2 and not 1, 2, and 5 because it's been a couple of loud mistakes. Momochi has to flash out of the Cataclysm. Tempered Fate onto Peach. Now the TP coming in, bonks right into him. Cease and desist on immediately, and that's the engage that we're looking for with everybody else following up. Locks one down. Zest sent to the gray screen.
Okay, now Los, the ones on the back foot, curse with an engage that almost baits his top laner here into a pretty rough position. Really nice to see that Bao's able to get out of that Cataclysm. This time he uses the net instead of the flash, which I saw a couple of fights ago, but again, no top laner now. It's Fluxu, the ones in control. 1 minute here on this dragon. If you blunder here, this then gives tempo over to Los in favor of setting up for that bot side objective, but they've got the damage here. Caitlyn 3 items. Cassiopeia still there. Let's see what Los can do to stop this. No Chaos Storm either.
Dragon taking very low. Curse is close enough for Rico. He's just going to flash forward and try to get out of dodge. He swiped it. It all worked out. That flash looked insanely troll, but he walks away with the Baron, so who am I to say anything?
Are they fighting?
Out with the GA, and actually helps Feisty secure a kill onto the opposite jungler. Fantastic stuff as Bao going to grab himself a kill onto his opposite number. Curdy locked down with the Tempered Fate. Fluxu maybe looking to turn and defend their mid laner. Curdy taking very low. Gravity Field going to drop. That'll allow Curdy to get sent to the gray screen on behalf of Dudu. Los Grandes, off the back of a miracle one-way trip by their jungler Curse, get onto the Baron, but they might just be throwing it away here, Roodood.
They are indeed 4x4 Cody. Petrifying Gaze catches Feisty, and he does step a little too far forward. 10 seconds now on the Dragon. It's Los who come away with the Baron. They lose 2 overall, but I do think they're going to have inside track on that neutral objective down on the bot side. as I'm seeing Bao, Momochi there coming out of the base, and we'll see what happens to that dragon after this replay. It's Los, and like you say, Curse, the flash here looks pretty wild, but he gets off the miasma, he gets away from a Scion Q. It does mean that he's in range to snipe that Baron away. And for Los here, I'm thinking, all right, guys, we got our objective, let's bounce, but they think better of it. They know that Peach is a little bit low, they can find a little bit more off the backside of this. I like that Curtis steps up here, knows that his life is worth less than his mid laner, importantly. But then it's just Los going a little bit too far forward here. Ackman, you can see Summoner Heal, they really want this. What they don't see on the left side of this is a Cassiopeia just waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Far too
That
much damage
by
there.
Cody was diabolical.
Yeah. Okay, Drake went to Fluxu, but can they get out?
So, yeah, that's $1 million question. Cody going in very, very deep, getting the CC down, but defensively, use there the cease and desist as Cody goes down. Tempered Fake gonna lock up Cody for a little bit. Arcane Storm ripping through a couple here, but gets dissipated. It doesn't find enough. Now Bao with a double kill. Who needs 3.5 items when you're just better? When Fluxu or when Los Grandes are just walking into you. Big old magical journey taken here. Feisty gonna set it up very nicely for him. Peach again. The boy's got a fixation with these bar portals, man.
I mean, again, these bard portals are not for you. They are hostile bard portals. They come with daggers and everything as soon as you try and travel through them. One of these days, Peach will learn. But importantly this time, what have we got? Another 2 for 2, so another even fight. We're 14 to 14 here in this one, and the dragon, though, picked up by Fluxu this time. And importantly as well, remember the fact that Los took that Baron? What have they done with it? Like, they have just had another fight around the bot side, got another objective, and honestly, this is what we expect from CBLOL playoffs, I think. This has been a really, really nice game one to break us open into this series. Now, Cody, excellent fight on that top side. Double Petrifying Gaze. Importantly, though, Zest does a very good job at sort of slamming him away and getting that peel for his backline. Now, Dudu, flashing into the face of 4 people. Hey, you know, we mentioned it earlier on, having a little bit of difficulty. Peach, Curty, going through the magical journey feels good. Happy fun times. What doesn't feel good is the fact that you're targetable the whole time. So Zest and Feisty just go, oh, there we go. The free damage. Thank you.
C portal, take portal, dopamine, go burr. That is, those are the only 3 thoughts running through Peach's head. As now, Roodood, checking in on the items. Now we got some interesting developments. Now Bao, 8-1-3. Not for nothing. A great game for him on this Caitlyn. And now he is going to start to be an absolute terror. If he can stay safe, if his team can hold things out for him, he is going to be an absolute menace with the LDR, with the IE, with that 5th item starting to come through as well with the double daggers.
Hey, man, we're over-indexing into crit. We're already 100% crit chance at this stage, so this is why you don't typically see Stormrazor, because you always want you always want RFC, really, on Caitlyn. So if these daggers are going into anything that's like the only good thing that you could be building here that doesn't over-index you into crit, it is like a Blade of the Ruin King, and I'm pretty sure that's only 1 dagger. So this is like 125% crit chance for Bao, just to make sure, you know, may the odds be ever in your favor and all that.
In case we drop some crit chance in the river on our way to an objective fight. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, Stormrazor here, it's good for the safety, but it means we're over-indexing into the crit chance, which you don't normally see. There are better ways to go, but Bao here deciding, I've got 8 kills, you can't tell me what to do.
And look, if they end up winning this, that's probably fair enough. But Los Grandes, they've kind of through all the ups and downs and some oopsies and some oh my goodnesses of this game, all they've done is kind of every time I look up, the gold lead is like 200 gold higher for them. So can't really tell them much, I guess. The towers have been at 3-2, 3-3 kind of for the majority of the last 10 minutes. Bao just ripping the ace in the hole just as often as he can. Onto Dudu, it takes like you see a third of his HP. Dudu down with the Serpent's Fang into, to be fair, a pretty shielding heavy team. What say you?
Yeah, I say good. Scion Karma, the Vi has a passive shield, Cassiopeia has shield in Seraphs. It's just good. And as the Ezreal, really easy to apply. Definitely going to be on the targets that you want it to be as well. And it is the RFC for Bao, so we are going full send in crit strike chance, which, you know, I'm not against. And this is where I read the patch notes for 26.11, and they made it so every item's 20% instead of 25. I don't know that that's the case, but it means that it would make sense and would give Bao a pass here. But either way, It's now another fight. It's another dragon, 45 seconds, and we'll see what it is for these two teams who can come out on top.
Woo! Bao with a very nice 90 caliber net to get the heck out of the Tempered Fate. Peach now into the backline. Curdy just gets ripped through. He's able to stay alive, get into zombie form. Zest gonna get the kill onto him, but now creating some space for the rest of his team. Cody is arriving. He is slithering around. Should he have just taken the short route? No, he's looking for a flank. Does have a ward right there, but the rest of Los Grandes smells something in the water. Cody's gonna have to be careful, doesn't get caught out. But instead, is it Ackerman's gonna get caught out? Takes a portal out. Peach, do not take it, brother. Even he knows better.
this time round. He's thought better of it, but importantly, they've taken down the top laner. Curdy there, stepping, I won't even call it too far forward if the team are calling for a fight, but they just had no mid laner. Cody wasn't there. As Ban needs to get out of that gravity well, he would have been slain had he been stunned underneath that, but that's now Soul Point going back over to Los as well. 7 Drake game to start us off in game number 1. It's Fluxu missing out on these as Ackerman gets through nimbly using that portal out to safety. But again, I think that taking the dragon here is a little bit lenient. You got rid of that massive tank on the top side. You maybe can commit one person to take the Drake, but I think if they send Zest down to that dragon, that's quite nice. It's quite easy. It's quite free. And you can start putting some pressure on the Baron here, much like what Fluxu are doing right now.
Oh, fantastic petrifying gaze. It gets 2, and it takes down Feisty. That is a home run ultimate for Cody. That is exactly what you wanted.
And that, go for the Baron! Do it!
Nope, they want Doodoo. Take the portal! Take the portal, Peach! No, he's just going to punch Doodoo in the mouth repeatedly as they waste the window to get the Baron. But what are they going to get on the back end of it? Potentially something could make it worth it. But now Los Grandes, they have some fancy footwork. They're getting out of there in a hurry. The death timers are long, Roodood, but 30 seconds means that Feisty maybe, just maybe, will be back to contest. Zest on the top side, wreaking havoc on that third inhibitor. Or on that third tower, I should say, next to the inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to get the inhibitor. The question is, what more can they get from this? Now, Zest TP'd up there, and if Los get eyes on all 5 members of Fluxu, he's probably going to start looking for serious structural damage. No way in for Curse here. Should not be a steal, but Zest will be looking for more than just this inhibitor.
Yeah, this is pretty spicy here. From Los Grandes, Curse going to interrupt the backs there. Bao going to get over there. Unstoppable onslaught from Curdy. They get a Nexus Tower out of that Roodood. Tempered Fate going to lock up 1. Los Grandes going to get looking for another kill. It's massive for Los. That is sent right back to the gray screen. Los Grandes not only with the Baron, or excuse me, Fluxu got the Baron, but Los Grandes, they do get immense pressure and have kind of set themselves up to equalize this Baron.
I mean, they might end the game through top here, 4x4. They've got 2 dead members. It's a 5 versus 3 on the map. Yes, they've got a Baron to try and stop this, but there's only half HP on a Nexus turret, and that's it.
Zest might be the sacrificial lamb here. Shut down over to Bao. He's going to get onto that 6th item in a hurry if the game even goes on that long. Curse is trying to make this happen, just trying to keep everybody safe. And you were right, Roodood. They just end the game through the top lane. Baron for Zest just turning your top side into mincemeat and getting themselves a swiped away game 1 win. I say swiped away. They were ahead the whole time. But man, Fluxu just stunned at what transpired in the last couple minutes there.
I mean, that was a messy game, really, from start to finish. There was nothing close, or not close, but there was nothing concrete about either team's lead during that one. Ultimately, Los the ones who were able to leverage that topside gap and use Zest as the split pushing tool to find that game win, find that win. Really good shot calling in the end to actually put them over the line. They see an angle, they see an avenue, and unfortunately, Fluxu, they committed too hard onto Zest. Like you say, it's just that sacrifice. If they spend all of their resources trying to go this way, well, we're just going to go the other and end the game.
All worked out for them. Los Grandes take game 1. Fluxu certainly had their moments. Like we said, it was a very close game. Not much between these two teams, truly. I think with a different draft, or maybe that solo kill or that first kill not happening in the bottom lane. Bao doesn't get rolling like that. Maybe this is an even different game, but Roodood, I mean, you had an 8-1-3 Caitlyn, a 9-1-3 Caitlyn by the end of it, and you lost.
Yeah, feels bad for Bao because I think he honestly overall played a pretty well-rounded game. Again, you can argue, had he have built differently and spent his gold in different positions, is the game different? Maybe he finds a different kill in a fight, which snowballs the game in a different direction. But ultimately, he did the best with the resources that he built up for himself, and the pieces around him weren't able to support nor facilitate that. So those sort of late game concerns that we were talking about, not necessarily addressed and Los didn't need to come to fight them. They were the superior team in the macro sense, and they managed to find a win with that in mind.
So with that, Fluxu down 1-0 in this series. Los Grandes take game 1 in this best of 5. And this is do or die. Remember, we're in the lower bracket. Winner of this one will play Red Canids in the lower bracket finals and also get themselves a fully funded boot camp or MSI, whereas the losers just go home with absolutely nothing. So with that in mind, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 of what we hope and we think will be a at least 4-game, maybe 5-game banger. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Game 1 in the books. Game 2 between Los Grandes and Fluxo. Los Grandes, they took game 1. Roodood, it was a little bit unconventional. They never really quite, let go of the rope in that one. They got themselves into a dicey Baron spot, but with Zest wailing away on that top lane tier 3, it was just a matter of time, I guess. You called it out from the outset. I didn't think Los were going to have the stones to go for it, but they did. That is what part of what's fun about these two teams is they'll throw stuff at you that you, for better or worse, that you did not expect to see.
Yeah, right. That's the beautiful part, is that you can never truly know what is actually going to happen. And with both of these teams, they've given us a good showing in game number 1 that would suggest, honestly, we're probably going at the very least 4 games in this series. Los find themselves back on the blue side, Fluxo back with first pick. Not expecting too much to change in the draft between games 1 and games 2, obviously, in terms of those bans, outside of the 10 points of champion contention that we do have.
Yeah, the first 4 bans have been actually exactly the same. Lucian Rumble, and then Oriana Varus. Would be surprised if we saw those coming through. A Nivea kind of into that second tier of a fearless pick and ban. But again, we are on 26-11,
yeah.
So we could, the goal, one of the goals of 26-11, stated otherwise, was to get engaged supports a little bit more back into the meta. I am surprised that we do see these patch changes, or in the middle of playoffs. I think that can get, for entertainment value, sure, it's great, but it does leave you kind of, I don't know. I would, it's not the way I would do it, but I don't feel too strongly to about it right now. Cody gonna lock in another hyperscaler, blind.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that we were talking about the sort of the changes that come with 26-11, and when we look at some of those big ticket items in the support role, we are expecting that enchanter meta to have, like you say, slightly dissuaded based on items as well. But it's another first pick in the mid lane for Cody. Took the Cassio in game 1. Honestly, had a really rough laning phase. Came into his own a little bit into the late game. But we need to see that laning phase tightened up very, very, very significantly, to be honest with you. As the one ban that we got to see dropped from Fluxo's first phase has been picked up in the Nocturne. And now Senna to pair alongside it. Maybe not alongside it as a mid lane pairing, but definitely something that's going to be picked up in the same comp.
Yes. You saw the kind of, going back to the bans, the Anivia ban, very much for the Rise, right? It's not a hard counter. Anivia is not some, I'm an Anivia truther. That champ is, I've always thought that champ was better than pros were giving you credit for, but definitely one for this specific matchup. Nautilus going to be picked up here again.
Also countered by Anivia.
Lowercase b, blind, with Nautilus MF. So a bit of a kill lane here, Roodood, early on. A lot of firepower.
And I wonder what's now going to be paired up with this Senna. Usually an answer to Nautilus is the Rel. Pairings with the Senna, honestly, usually are the Seraphine, which feel a little bit weird that you've banned that yourself. Yeah. But we could see the return of TK, for example, down in that bot lane role, if Ackerman wants to go for something that's maybe not seen the light of day all that recently, and instead they're going to go, hold on, we actually don't know what we want to pair with this Senna just yet. We're going to take the Annie into the mid lane and give ourselves a little bit of an opportunity to make something to happen on to Cody.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair enough. I mean, I know your feelings on the Annie, but I suppose I understand prioritizing something that you want, whether it's right or wrong. Again, we can debate that, but something that you want into Cody's champion pool or Cody's pick here. But you've got a couple of different things that you could pair with the Senna, so I think you've got options there to leave for later in the draft.
So my concern currently is that Los have, quote unquote, no damage, in that they've got good burst, so they'll kill one person.
Yeah.
But until we get to like 6 items, 200 stacks Super Senna, we're not getting through everybody. I think the tanks for Fluxo here are going to be king. I really like anybody that has HP for Fluxo right now. So Ornn, Sejuani, Maokai, like if we want to go a little bit off-piste, I would not be averse to either of those being sort of taken here for either side. But I'm looking at what it is that Los can do to give themselves damage, because they've got support and top lane left to go. So I really need to see Zest again on that or sort of tanky style damage style top laner, and that my friend is not it. Could be a flex, could be Ornn support. Unironically, Senna Ornn might exist.
I was going to say that feels like something we have had in the past, unless I'm kind of making that up. But kind of in Senna's heyday, it felt like you could throw Dark or anything down there with her.
It does.
So,
oh my god,
Xin Zhao,
look at that win loss for Xin Zhao. Did you see? 5-20 for Xin Zhao is the win loss for this champ. So, not amazing by any means. Now, I really think you put this on support and you give yourself a carry in the top side. Otherwise, for Los, I really think they've got the burden of execution early on. They've got like no damage as this game gets later, and I think that's a thing that they're going to need to acclimatize for, and they did, which is good. They recognized this. Sort of feels like they went through the motions there. Hold on, we could take Alistair or not, or like, you know, blitzcrank something. Oh, hold on, wait a second. We've got no damage. Let's at least try and get something else out of that top side that's going to put something in our arsenal, in our toolkit. It's so Dudu Ornn, it looks like, which is a big pickup for him.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of fasting Senna. I feel like Senna obviously crept back into the meta, but it has been farming Senna.
It has been. You're right.
I guess this is what we're gonna try.
Yeah.
It makes me a little bit not that Senna's the most like mechanically intensive champion, but it does make me a little bit sad that you're gonna put, you know, Dudu not on an AD carry. But on the other side, look, Zest, he's gonna have. I mean, it's a lot of eggs in the Zest basket for this Jace, because like you said, Roodood, the burden of damage falls squarely onto his shoulders, especially in the early and mid game.
It absolutely does now. And I mean, I will say, the high elo challenger lobbies at the minute are playing some very weird and wonderful bot lanes, particularly in Europe. So we'll see if any of those sort of migrate into pro play. I think they're a lot more difficult to integrate in that style, but I do think we could be up for a very interesting MSI, if nothing else. You may well see stranger things than Ornn down in the bot side is all I'm going to say. Now, our producer...
You're script here, Roodood.
Hey, I feel like there are many a champion. I saw a bot lane in, again, relatively high elo lobby, which was like Camille Lulu versus Vex Fiora or something of that nature, you know? So... That's gross. There are some kooky bot lanes, and kooky bot laners, importantly, that are being picked up. Or, importantly, not one of them. And I am taking a look, importantly, at some of those keystones, because Senna did have this build a while ago where her Q actually became like really, really big as far as healing goes, but it's not. It's fleet footwork, so we're probably just seeing Black Cleaver, Static Shiv, but with no income, you know?
Yeah. No, I think that's what it's going to be, right? It's going to be utility items. Which again makes me still a little bit nervous, right? Because you famously have hashtag no damage, or at least if Zest doesn't do his job, you have hashtag no damage. And it's not that I don't have faith in Zest, it's that I don't have faith in Jace. This champion is famously really hard to execute, and we've been covering this league a long time. How many times have we seen Korean top laners get on the Jace and do absolutely nothing?
Yeah, we sort of, you know, we have the Jace pass, so to speak, where there's very few top laners, period, that we give the Jace pass to. I think once upon a time, we might have given it to Wiser, like a long time ago. But that was about it, as we are seeing the withdrawals of Jace here at the very level 2 marker.
And immediately flashing in, Peach, one more auto should do it. First blood over to the Fluxu jungler. That's one way to do it, Roodood.
And hey, man, that wave's pushing away from you. If I saw it correctly, I think that actually Curdy is sending it under the turret, which is gracious of him, if nothing else. And he will be able to TP back in and get a nice little advantage there. As Feisty struggling a little bit in the 1v1 that he picked and elected to take for himself. Either way, though, Zest TPing back up to this top side with no actual items really does feel bad. We'll be interested to see what it is, though, that Curse can do on the bot side. He saw that the Xin Zhao sort of 3-camped up onto that top side. Is there a response that's being made in the jungle, though, as we take a look, actually?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Peach is losing out very heavily. He didn't even 3-camp. He kind of just went red top. And
No, he was level 2. Yeah, he like 1 or 2 camped.
So it was a very quickly done thing as Curse only goes in for the blue buff.
Yeah, so not as much kind of, taken off the back end, right? As much kind of punished, if you will, for that. But Feisty does have the stun and doesn't even get to use it because Momochi's going to walk away with a kill. Fluxu, man, they are everywhere in this early game. Again,
remember, Los are the ones that need to win early. Their composition really, really falls off up until like the hyper late game 6-item marker, where it's conceivable that they'll be able to find an advantage. Either way, this disadvantage early on, really, really bad for them.
Horrible. Supremely awful, actually.
Yes.
Because Curse still, at minimal, less ability to impact the map than he could be. He's flashless now. Zest has been put, not in the dirt, but Curdy has gotten the leg up on him. And talk about someone that, again, is feisty, might be in even more trouble here. Gets the knock-up, does Peach the Conqueror pop? Roodood, wow. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, Peach here, this game should be hella homeless. He sold his soul for a top lane gank and has somehow found, like, 2 kills as well. He was a part of the mid lane play, even though he didn't get an assist. And he's now refired onto Feisty, got another kill there. Cody going to really be able to leverage that. And he's absolutely fine. This Inzao has a gold lead. He's found 2 kills. He's down a little bit of experience. He's down in some CS. But the gold tells the completely different story and tells the only story that we really need to be worrying about right now.
I like to think that Fluxu just thought, look, if we can put these guys in the dirt early, if we can kind of take a big swing here and just not allow them to play the game, we could win this game in like 13 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what is going on right now. Peach, like you said, he's taken some big gambles with his pathing, with where and how he's choosing to spend his time. But right now, after that first back, he's on a tunneler immediately, and it's right back to business. He's only 2 camps down onto Curse.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I was underselling it when I said sold his soul for the top lane play. You know, a 2-camp gank, or like a 1-camp into a top lane gank, that's as for the boys as it gets with regards to top lane ganks.
That is very much for the fellas.
Yeah, and he lost a blue buff for it, right? He even got a mid lane gank out of it. I don't think he was expecting to go to his bot side and see that all of his camps were still there, obviously expecting to have lost his blue. Momochi spotted him on his way out. Either way, Los are in the pits right now. They've got to try and find a way back out of it. Ackerman is going for AD center, right? You can see the longsword in his inventory. So yeah, he's going to get some souls nice and easily, but I don't know that he's going to be, juiced enough with no gold to make any sort of comeback happen.
No, and it's tough into a misfortune. Now, this misfortune, to be fair, is going for the cull, so going to sacrifice some of the early power. So I guess just saying, look, as long as Peach is just in the vicinity, right? As long as the what is it? Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Sometimes the threat of an invasion is better than an invasion itself. That is Peach right now, in my opinion, as the Realm Warp, going to get Cody the heck out of Dodge. Yeah, as long as Fluxo don't do anything stupid here, they should be able to play this one out pretty simply. Curdy's got himself an assist as well, right? I mean, talk about something that could slingshot you into the late game. That Curdy, we haven't talked about him really at all. And to be fair, Zest has found his way back into this one, right? A range versus melee matchup. You're gonna be able to accrue those advantages a little bit easier. You got yourself your tier. So looks not dead yet, but a 1,500 gold lead at 6 minutes. I think Oy Vey.
It's appropriate.
Could be accurate.
Yeah. And as far as this, Jace versus Renekton matchup, you are still expecting the Jace to be able to find some semblance of an advantage. That's a perfect showcase of how this matchup is pretty much already solved. You see the Renekton dash forward, you punt him back.
Bonk. Yeah. Now Tibbers getting ripped here.
Do damage challenge. Yeah, you just ate a full combo from the mid lane mage and a support roam. No flash, no ghost. I'm chilling. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, 1 null magic mantle compared to a giant flaming bear. Who will win? Turns out
small
Cody,
piece of cloth. Fabric, I guess.
Yeah, it does look like some enchanted fabric. As Curdy does have the dominus. If that lane goes on a little bit longer, maybe he's able to get the full Monty onto Zest there. But now Curse has hit level 6, Roodood, and that's the point you're looking for. That's the point you're praying for. If you're a Los Grandes fan, Curse got to try to make some stuff happen.
Alrighty, everybody point at the caster that says Nocturne dings level 6, because it's me. Nocturne's level 6, let's see what his first ulti does. It's important this game above all else, because their comp needs to get the ball rolling. They needed this first dragon. They're probably not going to get it. And that's a pretty big deal. We'll see Grubs on the top side. They spawn in 30 seconds. If Fluxu can, again, like Cody just has, bully Zest out of the lane and make a beeline for Prio up on that top side, dare I say bad business for the Los top side.
Yeah, suboptimal, I'd say. First dragon, like you mentioned, Roodood, does go over to Fluxu. Some alone time with the turret up on the top side for Zest. It's a little bit further ahead in this one. Peach still about 500 gold ahead. Curse, as far as farming is concerned, still holding the lead over his opposite number, but that first paranoia is about as important as it gets. The Grubs, certainly a solid bit of damage mitigation. Better than letting them go over, I suppose.
Yeah.
You're still looking for that big swing. You're still looking for that. How are you going to get back into this game? How are you going to stop this snowball rolling? 3 kills early on for Fluxu. They've all gone into the jungle and into the support. So to be fair, it could be worse, right? A Renekton with those 2 kills, or a Misfortune, God forbid, with those 2 kills is a lot bigger problem. Speaking of a big problem, Dudu, I think, might just solo kill Bao here. No.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, no.
Flash is in a straight line.
Dudu has to flash away.
All right, well, overall, for the Los Grandes bot lane, they're going to be quite happy with that. Obviously, flash expended by Dudu, not amazing. Curdy on the top side should be able to escape. Actually goes all in.
Up with a Realm Warp here, Cody, as Ackerman trying to land some sort of W or
Nocturne
something
ulti.
onto him.
Okay.
Lights get turned off. Can Nocturne get in there in a hurry? Has to flash forward and is going to burn the ultimate as well here. But R2 get the kill onto Zest, and he survives. Man, what a fine margin that Los Grandes get away with here. Momochi in there with all his CC. Ackerman free firing, but really not a ton of damage to speak of so far. Momochi with another kill. If he can land another hook, that should be another kill for the side of Fluxu. He does. Man, that hitbox is as generous as ever. Bao gets up, but not enough.
Yeah, a couple cancelled autos for Bao. Does allow Ackerman. I think he was going to get away anyway. Still has flash available, but either way, you are starting to see the pitfalls in the Los Grandes composition right there. It took them a long old time to get through just the Renekton's HP, and then as soon as somebody else turns up, they have to turn tail and run. If they can't burst that one target and then start using a second round of cooldowns on the next target that's available, this is going to be a very difficult game for the Los Grandes side to really make anything stick with. As we get to see, this replay come on down. Curdy, really good positioning on the Realm Warp here. You can see he puts it sort of into the wall, which shoves it out the other side and gives him a little bit of a greater, more generous hitbox on the landing. But it's a good route from Ackerman to slow up this play. And as the lights go out, you're quite right. The flash in range, because he knows that his ulti's about to wear out. If he doesn't get in there, Curdy's probably turning this around. Curse, Ackerman, they go all in here. But this is a Phage Senna that's level 5. She's doing sweet FA. That's not a lot. And then Cody, he's just turning and burning with the DPS that the Rise has this early on. No damage items just yet, by the way. And he's doing that much work.
That's Rise, baby. That champion is goofy. He's just got the mana from the tier, and that's about it. See, the gold lead
and
has
can-do attitude
ever so slightly, but still obviously in control here are Fluxu as they try to bounce back from a punch in the teeth at the end of game 1. Had that one swiped from them before they even were aware of what the heck was going on. Curse has got the experimental hex plate, and again, just lends more credence to you just got to be kind of cranking these ultimates. Just got to be ripping. I mean, just make Fluxu feel pressure, if nothing else. Speaking of pressure, TPing in here is Curdy. Going to go on to him immediately. Zest not close enough to follow up, but I was going to say, but you didn't really get anything out of Curdy, actually, there. You didn't get a flash. You didn't get much, and now he retreats, but it's just him and Zest up in the top lane. Could get a scuffle here in the river.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Bao and Dudu, part 2 of the MS versus Ornn Solo Bolo Fest, and now Dudu, maybe? Question mark? Barrier up. If he gets the knock-up off, maybe. Oh, no, Dudu. Oh, no, Dudu. Oh, thank goodness. Well, maybe. Is that enough? It will not be. Dudu with a solo kill onto the Misfortune. We're back. Season 10 Ornn is back.
Shows to Peach. Thank you very much. And that was, by the way, with Dudu missing R2. So that was not close by any means. And Bao is, he's homeless. I'm going to be honest. He's really struggling in this game. Level 8, so down a level on the Ornn. Still yet to finish that BT. Was kind of hoping that they'd be locked into this lane of 2v2 a little bit longer. But Ackerman has done a really good job at sort of moving around the map, finding souls. He's up to 45. Very quick index for Senna soul stackings. Every 20 souls, you get 20 range. So it's nice and easy. 20/20 is your remember all. And he's currently got double upticks in that. So 40 extra range. He moved up for the grubs, found 6 souls from those grubs, has even been a little bit lazy in picking things up that come up off the ground. And I think that for Senna, souls is just like the biggest dopamine hit. So any that you leave on the ground is just is a waste in my book. But we're at that point now where he should be watching Curse do his full clears and going yoink, yoink, yoink. Thank you so much for all of these. And then trying to sort of be on every wave that gets killed. Either way, though, it's Fluxu who, with this albeit small gold lead, have the advantage at this stage in the game. And they're looking to find a second Drake, which, again, Los really need to put a stop to.
I was going to say, maybe they have no idea. I mean, they should know that it's up, but if it's not in the pit, it's getting taken. So, he's going to walk away with that. Uncontested. Now, Fluxu up 2 dragons to 0.
This is...
See, Los Grandes. I mean, as this game has gone on, I've actually felt better about Los Grandes and what they're trying to do here. Hang on a second. Just as I say that, Zest going to get put in the dirt one more time.
Yeah. And this is Invest in Zest Gaming right now. They have 1,500 gold lead for their Jace. He gets picked off. That's now overall gold lead, like 2k for Fluxu on the map. Now, again, Losa making some good moves on the map. They saw 3 people commit to the top side. So what do? They commit 3 people to the bot side. They're going to get some plates here. Are they going to get the turret? Probably not. After all, this is, Senna, support, plus Annie. So we're taking this turret very, very slowly. But are they making some nice plays on the map? Yeah, they are. Do I think it's too little too late? Honestly, 14 minutes in? They've got like a minute left for me to be compelled otherwise.
Yeah, eventually this will tilt. The game itself will just tilt the numbers in Fluxu's favor. Once Zest gets that second item, that Mana Moon, that will feel really, really good. But again, I think if you can walk into these next couple, this first kind of big spike for Zest and for Roodood, if you can walk into that being not down 10 million gold, I actually think you're in an all right spot. But Cody is a ticking time bomb. Bao eventually will start to... I mean, I don't know, man. I'm trying to talk myself into it, Roodood. I mean, you seem much more convinced that Flukes are just going to kind of walk away with this one. But Los Grandes, they've done a good job of kind of stemming the bleeding so far. If they can stay within range, I'm not willing to count them out.
All right. Well, you know what? That's fair. I think when we see this big 5 versus 5, one of us will be right and one of us will be wrong. And I'm happy for it to be either way. I just think that 5v5 is going to turn our... is going to sort of make either one of our cases for us here. It's very much look at Zest and see what he can do. He's currently taking the Herald.
If he is useless, this composition falls apart. But they have enough tools to be able to keep him safe. And looks Los Grandes, like you said, Roodood, you were alluding to it earlier, they're playing the map pretty well, right? Things are not going their way in the lane. The draft was pretty sus, but their movements and their kind of, micro decision making has been pretty good through 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they take out Peach there just as a sort of aside of everything else, while Zest is taking Herald on the top side. Cody, though, fancies a little bit of this Annie.
Yes, he does. Curdy now goes forward. Dominus Flash. Everything ripped on his Shadow over the top. Does absolutely nothing.
All right. Well, the Flash Stride Breaker wasn't quite enough as... surely Bao's learned his lesson at this stage, but he does have a BT and a finished call this time out, so hopefully he's able to weather the storm that is the almighty Roodood Ornn.
I just did not think we'd see Roodood Ornn ever, honestly. I would have gone my whole life without seeing that and felt no sort of disturbance in the fourth glitch in the Matrix if I didn't see that. But Ackerman, he's on that first item already. I can finish up those boots, like you said. Probably second item Static Shiv. It is just utility. And then it's up to the rest of the squad to be able to pump out the rest of the damage because, like we were talking about earlier, Roodood, that is going to be the key, right? There's a lot of burst. There's a lot of, like you even called that in draft, you are going to be able to kill one member pretty reliably. One, you choose the correct member. Two, can you get anything more than that? And it's not those credits that competition can't do it, but in the time that would take, Fluxu have a lot more tools at their disposal, especially as this game goes on. Cody's just going to turn into an absolute menace.
Yeah, and I do think as well, actually, that the Peach this game has a real chance to do some pretty mean work. Xin Zhao out-sustains the Annie, out-sustains the Senna, can probably find 1v1s up against Zest as well, especially with this gold lead. I do think that this Xin Zhao definitely going to be a talking point, a point of concern that Los are going to need to address. But currently, like we're highlighting on the map, doing better in terms of what they're looking for, and now looking for a 5v4.
R1, R2 goes wide. Shelly might get ripped through before she sends that second charge. Indeed, she will be. Gets knocked up, so they get nothing out of Shelly. Maybe some faux pressure that allowed them to take that tier 1, but I think that was the Ornhorn doing more of that than anything else.
And Drake in 30 seconds as well. No Ornhorn for that one, so not easy. Oh, hello.
No, big old ultimate. There's the CC chain that they were looking for. Bao finally on the board with his first kill, going to an LDR. First item, or second item, I should say, right after that BT. Not taking any prisoners. Peach maybe a little too far forward, but Curdy's there with the flank, so maybe it was all part of the plan. He's in there, but he is all alone. Finally, the rest of the squad shows up. The anti-stun goes down, the Dawning Shadow. Lights get turned out as well. Bao trying to find a way into the fight, but he can't. He's trapped between that tower. Big old blast cone going to send Cody back to safety. Curdy healing up with the Dominus. As the Chemtech Rift is on full display. Third Dragon of the game. Trying to be scooped up here by Fluxu. Cody and Curdy. Extremely low.
Yeah,
Zest can get on one. He should be able to kill him. Cody, if he can get down one Rune Prison, he might be able to do his job. Instead, he's got to flash away. Ackerman trying to get in with the help of the Black Mist. Peach gets the Dragon, goes forward, gets onto Ackerman. Where's the follow-up damage? Does he need it? Question mark with the Titanic Hydra. He is pretty big, but not big enough. Shutdown goes over to Feisty.
And I think that's a good call there by Fluxu. It looks like they were going to lose a lot more out of that than just one kill. They even managed to take away the Dragon as well, so picking themselves up Soul Point is a pretty big win that I don't think they were expecting, given the low HP bars coming away from this fight. It's kind of Banana Nautilus combo there as he flashes after the ulti's already connected, but gets Feisty knocked up, gets Dudu more importantly taken down. That Realm Warp a little bit of a problem. But Fluxu here, you can see trying to get Cody out, and they do so by escorting him out through that bot side. Momochi and Bao throwing themselves into the mixer there. Bao lucky to dodge out on one Shock Blast. That lowered movement speed might have given Zest an angle in. You are getting to see their 4x4. The amount of time that it took for Peach to fall at the hands of Feisty and Ackerman. I do think that this Xin Zhao, now 2 items on the marker, has a level lead over both of those 2 carries as well. I say carries, Ackerman's a support, but you know what I mean. This Xin, that tertiary carry almost is going to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah. Well, and certainly it feels like with the Titanic Hydra, did get the Sundered Sky eventually. Usually you see Sundered Sky first, kind of without even thinking. As Curse rips the Paranoia, gets the Fear off, stays close enough to let that one tether its way to completion. As Kurt's going to grab his first kill of the game, and now the gold lead has for the first time ever swung in Los Grandes' favor, but it is obviously nominal. But with that Titanic Hydra, Roodood, first item, I mean, 1, what do you make of that? And 2, I feel like it just allows him to scale, it just have more of an impact as the game goes on, right? Like you said, the Xin Zhao's got immense sustain now, and just being another body, right?
Well, we get to see why you take Titanic Hydra, because you get the insta-Q, pretty much. You go forward, you auto once, you Q, auto, Titanic, auto. And the Titanic Hydra auto reset means that you get that knock up incredibly quickly. Instead of it being a 3 long-winded autos, you sort of get 3 for the space of 1.5 almost. It halves the time that it takes for you to get that knock up in. And you're quite right, it does give him the opportunity to do a lot more damage as this game gets a little bit later. So third item, could be Black Cleaver here with the Ruby Crystal. It's not GA, normally third items are GAs, but for Peach here, I think he's going for something a little bit more bruiser-centric, even though GA is like quintessential bruiser item. Maybe they just want a Phage, something to cut through the Ornn ultimately here.
He is, remember, he is an 80 carry, quote-unquote, right? But as in he is getting the resources necessary to still be a big tank. Not be fooled by who was piloting it or where it is being piloted. He's still getting all the resources that a level 12 Ornn would have, and those ornaments are going to start to come in. So again, for all the flaws that this Los Grandes composition has, they are going to have that in their back pocket as well. Able to hold on.
One of the small things I have enjoyed is the fact that Dudu, still the bot laner. He's still going to farm mid after the turrets have gone down. Yep. Doesn't matter that he's playing Ornn. Much safer on a side lane. No. I'll still be taking mid lane. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's still, just I have the AD carry. This is where I go in the mid game. I don't care what you have to say about that. Purdy and Momochi looking like they were looking for a way in, a potential hook, a potential flank. Instead, just going to find another buffered Ornn.
Ooh, hello.
Now,
Spell shield on a knock up.
Just going to be able to get out again with the help of the Black Mist just a little bit. Dragon going to be up in a minute and change. This is Soul Point, Roodood. So Los Grandes, they kind of have to put up or shut up here. Chemtech Soul isn't like crazy.
Oh, but okay, this game 4x4, it's like, it kind of is, because...
You think so?
They're a burst comp. If they don't burst them, and Chemtech is like the best versus burst. Ocean Soul's good versus sustain. Chemtech is the best versus burst. It's that mitigation of damage below 50% HP. If you don't find that kill, and sometimes it is going to be Chemtech diff, the ability to reset through is like it's genuinely massive here. If they do not stop this soul.
So Los Grandes know exactly where they have to be. And they are executing the assignment well so far. Peach with a blast cone. Timber's the only one in the ultimate there.
Jungler.
Bao gonna rip the
bullet time.
God, Brain. Thank you, Brain. Jesus, Lord in heaven. They do get the one kill there, and that's crucially, that is the jungler for Los Grandes. So that soul might have just gone out the window unless they can just straight up win this 5v4. But as I say it coming out of my mouth, it doesn't feel good. Ackerman, that Dawning Shadow, is starting to do a little bit more damage. But this dragon, I think, is just cooked, Roodood.
And again, not to beat the horse that's already dead. Where's your damage? They're really struggling. And in that 4 versus 5, you could sort of see, well, my Senna ults and then does what? My Annie has already ulted, so then does what? And now they lose the soul, which, to be honest with you, I actually think, despite how much harder this makes the game for Los, is actually still the best net outcome for them, because it means they can get an Elder in 6 minutes time. Like,
when you put it like that.
Yeah, and the game's still close enough that it's conceivable that they'll get the Elder,
We'll get another look at this. Peach started out the fight in an interesting spot here. Doodoo gets the call the Forge got in for the rest of the CC. I mean, they didn't really need it. Wasn't really effective at all, honestly, but...
Peach was, as they say in the business, in there like swimwear, and it made that work. That's where Xin Zhao wants to be. Big fan of making sure that he can cause disruption at 1,000 paces. So for Los, if they're not playing with Zest, which this game they just aren't, they have a negative gold gap across the board. If they are playing with Zest, then they have an area of the map that's going well for them, but he's frequently been getting caught out. He's not quite been able to turn up and do the poke that he needs to do ahead of time. And importantly, if he does get that poke down, who is it sticking on? Bao's got a Bloodthirster, Cody's got sustain from the Rod, and Cody's got sustain in his kit from the Conqueror, same for Peach. I think that this poke from Zest is great, but it's not the key to success that really they're looking for.
Well, it's sort of like you said, it's like if you had this poke and then some follow-up consistent damage, right? Maybe, okay, Zest just kind of softens him up, right? And once he gets that, Cyril does as well, right? But the follow-up damage isn't there, and so Zest into this composition, even though there is no true tank, like you pointed out, Roodood, there are certain things, whether it's the items or the kits of these champions, that allow them to just be impervious to that. Doodoo will buy some time because he is an Ornn, but with all that CC and all that damage committed to him, the tank is down for Los Grandes. Fluxu, with the soul at their backs and the wind at the backs of their sails, head into the mid lane tier 1. They get that. The W does land there, but the hook lands from Momochi as well. Lights go out, trying to protect his team here is Curse. Peach gonna grab the kill there onto Feisty. Oh man, Roodood. Never mind. I was wrong. You were right. This is not good.
It's just not easy. The comp, it feels pretty rough, and it feels like the first 3 picks for Los, they really hampered themselves. They really sort of put themselves in a position that they were going to struggle to get out of. And I actually feel for Doodoo here. Like, I don't know, obviously, what the comms were like, but he sort of has to bite the bullet. Somebody in that bot lane has to bite the bullet and play Ornn. And that's one of those positions where Doodoo's probably gone, yeah, I've got some autofill games on Ornn. And Ackerman's like, brother, I don't know if his Q's the pillar or the spell shield, and then people are going, there's no spell shield on Ornn. So Doodoo's like, well, I have to play this now. So, I just sort of just theorizing more than anything as we see the replay. Look, Feisty, two-man stun on both carries. Means nothing.
And then what?
And yeah, he gets sort of insect by Xin Zhao. Oh, Zinsect. It was right there, Rude. Come on. And he just loses his life off the back of that.
Now the gold lead getting slightly larger. 2,500 for Fluxu. Setting up for this Baron. They certainly feel stronger in the 5v5, and with good reason. It's just, where do they want to take this fight? That is the question that we're asking right now. Unless, of course, Roodood wants to just start it off, gets the R2 into the backline. Feisty not there at the right time, but with Momochi holding everybody down, it's a very easy bullet time. Curdy coming TPing in. Los Grandes already turn tail and head for the hills. Roodood has to flash into the chicken pit. As now the Realm Orb comes in as Fluxu lock it up. Now it's Baron time, Roodood.
It is. I mean, with 2 minutes left on the Elder Spawn as well, you've got enough time to take this Baron, head back to base, come back out onto the map, and then look to push with both game-ending buffs in your back pocket, with the better scaling composition, with the gold lead, with the enemy composition that has fallen off of a cliff. Like, everything's looking good right now if you're Fluke. So this is a Game 4 angle, if nothing else. A confirmation that we're going to be seeing these teams play, at the very least, 2 more matches after this one. This would be a gargantuan throw from Fluxu were they to lose this game, as they pick up Zest on the bot side as well. Don't even need to know how that happened. This game, it's done. It's over.
Yeah, do not let the gold lead fool you. This would be, like you said, Rude, a absolutely all-time throw. The composition by itself gives you just so much bigger of a lead. Now with the Baron, should extend this lead to at least 5k. There's just not much Los can do about it. Like you said, there's a lot of upfront burst in this composition. It's not even like the pick isn't really totally there, right? Like I kind of right, but again, it just relies on kind of a couple forms of CC. One, which is the Tibbers, which is not like committal, but you are a short range champion, and Duda with his CC, very committal. Ackerman hasn't hit kind of that game-changing W yet. Looks like just playing this out a little bit more intelligently, but to be fair, again, the draft really put Los Grandes backs against the wall.
To give credit to Fluxu here, they've played this Baron sequence out really nicely. They've pushed through the mid lane, pushed through the bot lane. They've established vision down on that bot side, and they've even looked to spend the gold that they got off of that Baron push, so that they are as strong as possible heading into this next fight. It is for the Elder, and Feisty the one under fire.
Now he's just toast, I think. Zest taken very, very low. Dragon will spawn. That'll be the reward for whoever comes out of this one. It is the Elder on the books. Like you said, Roodood, Feisty in a little bit of trouble. Has to go backwards. Cody is just demonic. It's his first 2 kills of the game, and they come at a sweet, sweet time. Cody gets in there as well to get one. The outcome of the game felt like it was never really in doubt. The outcome of that fight felt like it was never really in doubt either. As Fluxu, they're just doing whatever they want. I mean, this feels like so much bigger than an already massive gold lead, to be fair. Now they're going to wrap up the game. On to game 3 we go, Roodood.
Yeah, that's about it here. They don't need the Elder. There's an argument here for Zest. Abandon the base. Go take the Elder. See if you can raise Fluxu. But that's not going to be it. Game number 2 goes to Fluxu. A pretty devastating loss for Los here. 9k gold lead come the end of the game. And we go right back to evens here, 1-1.
And again, not to beat the dead horse, but a pretty devastating loss, I think, because it felt like it was so self-inflicted. And look, Peach had a great early game. Like you said, he had some he took some big swings. He took some big risks in his early ganks, in his early pathing, but they paid off. And into that composition, the punish potential really isn't there to kind of look out for and to be wary of. So, there's a pretty easy game. And Los Grandes, they played a much better game 1, and they just didn't give themselves the opportunity to. Got way too cute, way too early in Fearless as well.
It feels really vindicating for probably the solo laners here of Fluxu, who are just going, well, why can't my Xin Zhao level 2 gank me when they're playing Jace, you know? And they do that. They pull that off, right? It's E plus Q for Xin Zhao is enough of a slow to follow up, get the CC, get the knock up as well. First blood's found there, and again, like in terms of big swings that you're taking, you're quite right, Peach. You know, level 2 ganks top lane, 1 camp into top lane, red buff top, right? The OG Jarvan path, but on Xin Zhao, and makes it work. And then instead of losing his entire bot side and being sheltered out from the rest of the game, no, he only loses his blue buff. Mochi spots that he only loses his blue buff. And he decides, you know, I don't even need my bot side jungle. There's a free Annie in the mid lane right now that I'm going to go take. And you use the setup, you use the CC, find 2 kills on the Annie. And from there, like, this game, this composition that's built to snowball early is just so unplayable for Los that, you know, Peach having a great time through the early stages of the game, the solo laners of Los just going, hey, this kid's free, come kill him. Yep. Everything went well.
Everything went great, which means that, like you were alluded to earlier, Roodood, we will get at least 2 more games between these 2 teams. Los Grandes and Fluxu going to be back at it for Game 3 in just a little bit. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the series for you. Don't go anywhere.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 on the horizon here between Los Grandes and Fluxu. My name is 4Y4. That is Roodood. Roodood, it was a draft disaster class. Why don't you broke it down for me pretty kind of simply of like, if your first 3 picks are X, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, you take Annie plus Senna, which is relatively a low damage marksman. You're gonna struggle unless you've then got Kindred to back you up, or like Varus Tristana top lane to be a consistent source of DPS. You're relying on the enemy team having low HPs across the board, and then also being ahead to sort of snowball, because that composition also doesn't scale great. So, you know, they put themselves in a hole. They couldn't get their way out of it. And Fluxu, in fairness, like on top of the fact that Los was sort of fighting the clock anyway,
yeah,
Fluxu had like the be-all and end-all of early games to completely shut it down.
Yeah, it was an awesome early game by Peach. He took a 2-camp or 1-camp gank. He hit level 2, just went immediately up onto the top side, put Zest in the dirt early, got Curdy involved with that first assist, and Kerr didn't find his first 2 kills until very, very late in the game, but still found a way to have an impact, still found a way to be an extra body, be a menace, right? That Titanic Hydra that you pointed out for the auto resets for Peach as well. It was just awesome. It allowed him to just, be even more of a menace. And as soon as they got those CC combos with Momochi, comboing with Bao for the Nautilus CC into the bullet time, it was just made much, much easier to play. Akali very early on.
So Orianna first pick? Question mark? Nope, that's also banned. And just to round out our last draft, for those of you that missed it, yes, that is an Ornn Dudu ban in Fearless that you can see. So that sort of paints the picture a little bit for where Los put their eggs in the game number 2 basket. However, we are on to game number 3. And the teams have switched sides, which means that we're going to see a lot of different things come through on those bans. Notably, obviously, the Anivia, one of the things that got banned away last game, is going to be open, so any of those control mages in the mid lane might be fearful for an Anivia pick. Alternatively, any supports or top laners that fancy picking it up can also try and take the Anivia themselves. But the Varus and a Vayne ban away, largely from Zest, to be completely honest with you. It does indicate that we're going for something, I'm going to say, ranged on the top side, or by all means tanky for Curdy Blind.
Yeah, I think maybe with, like you said, that was secured, right? The percent health, but also the true damage, obviously, from Vayne. This does seem Curdy-centric. Let's see how early they want to invest in it, right? Just burn that early blind pick, potentially. And again, like you said, Roodood, you could go a couple of different ways with this. It will be the Rumble. 92%. It was big fan presence. And Rakan, a 9-2 record for this champion so far. I was higher than I was expecting. I knew it was good because it was picked in kind of very specific spots by specific players who were very good on it. On the other side, it'll be Lucian Milio and Cassante up in the top lane. Cassante into the Rumble here, Roodood.
So an opportunity now for Curty to maybe put some hands on Los and onto Zest, more importantly here. Got a carry for himself this time out, and the Renekton is a carry, but sort of got counterpicked, let's say. And Cassante's not an easy lane for the Rumble, but it's sort of that go even or go home kind of style. And we've seen it go both ways, if I'm being completely honest with you. So I don't know who counters who. Feels like people pick Cassante into the Rumble to neutralize and then end up solo killing anyway. So we'll see which one of those it ends up being. The Zyra Khan versus Lucian Milio bot lane. I'm not sure if this is the go-to answer necessarily, but the first pick Milio for me from Los definitely gives a lot of visibility to Fluxu here. Don't go for those big ultis that can be cleansed away from. Instead, look for things that are slows, right? Like Rumble ulti, something that's really nice and solid to get them in range. You could look for other junglers. I'm thinking like Lee Sin this game, actually, really, really solid, because it's one of those things that has really solid CC that you can't Milio ulti. So just things to consider for Fluxu here as they go through their next round of picks, is they don't want something that's like a massive ulti that is going to CC you for a long time for fear of giving value to Ackerman's pick.
TF and LeBlanc banned away. Trundle taken away as well. That's probably fair enough into the Cassante. A lot of free resources that you could grab. Peach on these sort of just run at you, everybody get behind me junglers. He is pretty dang good. Nefiri gonna be what's trying to dive into that back line, try to be a menace onto the Lucian.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sure that Akali ban actually has some value here, because this is go forward, really. Like, you have Rakan, Nefiri, the Rumble, definitely a short-range top laner as well, as far as these things go. So you're looking for a mid laner that's going to kind of be able to go along with that. And for me, kind of hoping that the Bao sort of left on his own, left in the lurch on this Xayah, and you have to deal with that with your own ulti and be the self-peel that Xayah was kind of made to be.
In the jungle, meanwhile, for Curse, it'll be the Rek'Sai. The mid lane open. You could just go the Ahri. I'm trying to think of. I mean, yeah, with Orianna down, Nivea is open.
Zia as well, possible.
Range composition, but Assassins into Nivea feels kind of rough. It will be the Ahri. You've got that. Like you said, it's a go forward composition for Fluxu. You've got a pretty, actually decent ways to kind of get away from that, right? You've got a knockback. You've got obviously the Breath of Life from Milio, and you've got a couple dashes in your two carries.
Yeah, relentless pursuits there, which is nice. And like you say, good ways to disengage, to get away. Fluxu here locking the fabled CBLOL Zoe here, 2-10 in terms of game score that she gets picked. But the scene answer to Ari, it's what the CBLOL love, it's what Cody loves, and maybe one of these days it'll find that third all important win.
And there are certain players that I trust to pilot this champion. Cody is one of them. But it has been a rough split for Zoe, like you were saying. But Roodood, this is a lot of kind of burst and flat pen type beat damage into a Rek'Sai and a Cassante. Is that just Rumble's job to get through them? And I guess the Xayah eventually.
Hey, so the beauty of this composition this time for Fluxu is they're going to look to ignore those two. You're looking for bubble onto the back line, bubble onto Ari, onto the Lucian. The issue that I have with that is that I said, okay, don't pick a champion that has really big, important clutch CC because they have a Milio. You land in the late game like a bubble onto the Lucian, it's just going to get Milio ulted. And yes, that seems like, well, that's a really good trade, bubble for Milio ult. But I can guarantee you those bubbles are so few and far between that it's a really tricky position to try and play from. So Fluxu are playing the ignore the top laners game, and for Los, it's about trying to make sure that Zest can have as much impact as possible without being ignored.
Yeah, make sure he cannot be ignored. Rumble, as the games go on, it can be easy to ignore that Rumble. He's got to be able to be that bridge for the late game. Xayah going to be a menace as this game goes on, obviously, and then you can stop ignoring, right? If you have no choice but to acknowledge the presence of, on the other side, Zest and Curse, then by that time, Bao should be able to be your answer into that. But the early and mid game are going to be massively, massively important for this top side of Fluxu. Bubble immediately there onto Curse. It does get one. Now the flash comes through for him as well. The charm lands. Feisty, very nicely done. Waiting, my goodness, Peach taken very low, to see what to put that skill into. Ghost burn for Cody, not as big of a loss, certainly, as the flash from Curse.
No, and I think that, obviously, Cody taking the Ghost here, a good call out that not a typical Zoe summoner spell. Usually he'll just see Ignite. Can have a lot more power as Bao turns back around, uses his barrier to find a couple of autos. It's traded by the summoner heal by Ackerman, but Lucian Milio definitely going to have a decent run of things down on this bot side formally. Xayah Rakan, a very powerful 2 versus 2 in the current age. Definitely not going to be able to hold a candle to these guys down in the early stages of this game. So early game priority, you'd expect to go the way of Los through this mid lane, through that bot lane as well. Top lane, you're hoping that maybe Fluxu can find some way back into it with the Rumble being able to push on through the Ornn. Cassante even.
They get the tri-screen split here. It is Ackerman and Dudu with the initial advantage. That's fair enough. Lucian with an Enchanter. You're expecting that early push. You're expecting that early pressure. Dudu, one of the finer young marksmen that we've got in Brazil these days. He has been a treat to watch in his debut split. Still just 18 years old, maybe even 17, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But point is, he when some changes came through to Brazilian law, not allowing players below a certain age to even access League of Legends or play Riot Games client games because they have gotchas and things that are perceived as gambling there. Dudu had to get a special Riot client made for him that didn't have access to those things, which I'm asking, why don't you just make that available to your younger population, period. But yeah, I digress. But Dudu for a while had to play on a specialty Riot client because he was too young.
Wow. That's some good lore. And you know what? Play he did. He's playing really well. Obviously, last game, he got put on own duty, which, as a bot laner, you tend not to think is going to happen. But happen it did. And in game number 1, had a pretty serviceable performance on the Ezreal as well. So we'll see if he can continue this time. Much more agency put in his back pocket on the Lucian. Do think, though, that as this game goes on, it is quite difficult for Los. Their ease of access, the way that their composition plays out, not all that easy. The Lucian doing damage in the late game, typically quite difficult for him. I think it's a a relatively okay composition to try and play against, in the fact that, you can probably auto a Rumble, can maybe auto an Neferi, and dodge out on their key spells, but usually that's not as simple for the Lucian. And as well, to add on to that, the Ahri in the late game, not the big damage carry that you're looking for, in terms of a hyper carry status.
No, certainly not. No, you're going to have to get the snowball rolling for this composition for Los Grandes. Curse, he's got the early damage, the early upfront damage from the Hail of Blades, right? Rek'Sai can take interesting paths into lanes, obviously, to gank, to get forward, but the late game damage, especially if Curdy gets going, will be monstrous for this Fluxu composition. So it certainly feels like advantage over to the boys in purple as the later this game goes on. So again, a lot of onus onto Curse.
And he has got Hail of Blades here, which I really like. The ability to sort of go toe-to-toe with the Neferi early on is going to be something that, hopefully sees him in a position to be able to do something. But these two junglers, again, are very different stories for them coming into this series. Obviously, Peach with a complete turnaround from Split 1, where we were saying, okay, this is like, trick levels of import that we've hired, to now this split, looking, more on the Croc vibe.
Yeah, a little bit more. Becoming kind of goated. With a lot of the upside,
on the duality,
very little of the downside. I mean, there haven't been these kind of astronomical, like, make you want to tear your hair out, what in God's green earth are you doing sort of plays from Peach. Now, look, he's still new here. There is time yet for the Brazil to seep into his soul, for him to become fully cultured. So it's certainly not out of the woods. Momochi tried to get in there with the grand entrance.
You know who else we could put in that list? Hold on, I'll hold it here because Cody's diving.
Oh, very nice combo there. Able to get onto Ackerman. Not the plus damage with the pop from this bubble, but Roodood taken very low. He's going to get some help from the Cozy Campfire, but eventually Peach is going to get in there, but I think he'll go down to the tower. Yes, he will. Curse able to get one on the back end. It was a 1-for-1. Feisty not done just yet. If he can land a charm, maybe he can send this one back, but Cody, that bubble would have gotten his adversary.
Yeah, I mean, Feisty there clicking all of his buttons, got absolutely nothing for it. Flash plus ulti, literally found nothing. So a little bit of an awkward roam for the Los mid laner there. Would have just been better off accepting, okay, look, Cody's got a move on me. I'm just going to push in a wave, going to play it and deal with it in my own way. But a 1-for-1 overall. Still favorable for Fluxu here. Cody, really good stuff on this Zoe. Goes the bubble. Maybe he's going for Ackerman. Either way, lands it through the turret onto Dudu, who survives much longer than I thought he would. But Peach here really struggling to get out of that position that he's put himself in, as it was a good collapse by Los to get in there.
Los Grandes, I guess the coaching staff happy enough with what they saw for all things considered. Like you said, that could have been much uglier. But Peach spent a little too much time out of the tower, but now he's got himself a brutalizer. A lot of upfront damage again. Coming from the Los Grandes jungler, or from the Fluxu jungler, excuse me. Curse, yeah, a little less so. But both these junglers walking away with a kill. Fluxu up a ton of gold, though, early on. But not a ton, but feels like a lot at the 6-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 1,000 gold after doing basically nothing, right? Just trading out. A lot of that advantage coming from the first blood, but also the fact that Peach is up 3 camps on his opposite number now. And it really has been Roodood, maybe not Jungle Kingdom, but Peach, I mean, he's... like you said, the journey that he's been on from liability to engine of this Fluxu team has been remarkable to see, and he's kept it up through 3 games here.
He has. And like you say, keeping it up into this 3rd game is really important. He's going to be a large driving force of this composition as it gets later on. We'll see if he can find Feisty's ulti here, which actually still isn't available, but
it will be shortly. Ackerman and Dudu trying to encroach there onto Momochi and Bao. Momochi dove a little bit too far forward there. Almost left Bao in the lurch. Peach taken very low. Got some damage down from Curse and Feisty. Now he's level 6. Everybody has hit their ultimates. Sans Momochi. With that breath of life that is going to be big if you get caught up in a blade caller here. Zest going to go all out. Gets a flash out of Curdy. Flashes after him, but will not find enough distance to close the gap. Flash for flash traded as Zest with the null magic mantle and the
Negatron cloak.
Right, yeah. Negatron cloak. Thank you.
He's juiced on the MR, and that's the important part.
Yep, just making Curdy's life very difficult.
Yeah, you've reached that break point. Now, this is a difficult position for your bot lane to be in. Peach has to shepherd Bao and Momochi back here. They can't lose this wave and a half under the turret. It would have been disastrous and really put them probably a bit too far down in the hole to conceivably make them find a way out all that soon. So it's good that Peach just gets in, just sort of showing face, going, "Hey, look, I'm here to help." But it's a BF sword start for Roodood, which is a really big buy for him, versus the Sheen on Bao, which means that, 1 in every 6 autos has a little bit of extra damage on it, versus the BF sword, which just hurts more for the Lucian. So really good trade patterns to be taken by this Lucian Milio, kind of as you would expect in this lane.
Now coming out as ever so slightly ahead of Roodood and Ackerman with that advantage that they got, up a nominal amount of gold. Bao getting onto what looks like an Essence Reaver, first item. And Roodood.
Stormrazor.
Stormrazor, there we go. BF sword, crit. Sure, it's not IE first, and that dagger. Threw me for a little bit.
Slingshot, yeah. When they reintroduced Stormrazor, I was like, oh yeah. I saw somebody building, I saw a crit cloak, and I saw a slingshot in somebody's inventory, and I was like, we could not be rushing RFC. Like, this is not the Big 26 build.
It's not doing what you think it's going to do.
Oh, hold on. Bubble mid.
Bubble does land, and the charm misses, and Feisty goes down. Cody follows up very nicely. That's what you pay him for. Champs like that. Again, very few people I trust to pilot this thing, but Cody is he's a bit of a demon on this champion.
And there's the solo kill that we've been looking for. Weirdly enough, summon a ghost, giving him the damage to take that over the line. He used Ghost. He used Ghost to get the W damage, to get the spells from his W going. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right.
Actually got him over the line there. Obviously, Ignite would have done much the same thing and felt a little bit more on brand. But hey, who are we to judge? As he finds a solo kill. Yeah, exactly. Apples and oranges at the end of the day. They used to summon a spell, they got the solo kill. Doesn't matter what else happened in between.
Yep. Turret plate? Question mark? Surely. Yeah, Zest. He's on a bit of a... I was going to say a sunk cost fallacy, but maybe not there. All right, should be able to get that. Double control ward. Hell yeah. We love to see that.
We love that. I mean, everybody knows that just means that there are no wards in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they actually cancel each other out. I don't know if you knew that.
All right, Cody here. First item not quite finished up, but is working his way quite quickly, I believe, towards Luden's. I mean, this is me not being a mage player right now, really showing its face. Either way, Lucidity Boots in the back pocket as well, so more summoner spells, more Ws, more damage, lovely stuff. And we'll get to see it here once again. Cody fishing for a Q, lands it, bubble comes flush as well. And then let's take a look. Spells that he's got available, uses the ghost. Little pop from one of them. Actually, the difference maker, because there's no auto in the air for Cody there.
Yeah, there isn't. No, I thought there was.
So, yeah, the ghost pop. There you go. That was it.
Yep. I think it would be Proto Belt, actually, because his Lost Chapter... And then, I think his Lost Chapter Blasting Wand is Luden's. But with the Alternator, I think it is Proto Belt.
Yeah, there's no way that Proto Belt is a Lost Chapter item. That's crazy to me.
I mean, it might not be, but the alternator is kind of making me question it. But
Watchcasters tried to guess mage builds when they both don't play mages.
no. Famously, I just jungle support and leave me to kind of do as little damage as possible, for better or worse. So we'll see what Cody wants to pick here. Roodood, with a little bit of help from the Cozy Campfire, going to drop the Calling Curse, flashing in immediately. Gets decent damage down on a Peach. More than decent damage down on a Peach. Goes in with the Void Rush. Hang on a second here. Gets charmed by the quickness. The rest of Los Grandes waiting in the wings, ready to follow up, but don't quite have the window to.
Curse there with a little bit of Peach's Portal Syndrome. Hold on. Good catch.
Yeah, hold on a second here. Roodood in some trouble. Gets a lot of shielding. The Breath of Life buys them some time. Now the rest of Los Grandes, the Cavalry gets recalled. Hang on a second here. You guys thought you were done. Nuh-uh. We are going to need some assistance here. Feisty going forward with the Blade Caller. The Feather Storm. Probably was fine, but why take the chance?
Yeah, and that's important, right? Just make sure that you can get out to safety. You don't really have the HP to be playing around with Orbs of Deception like that, so let's just take it easy, take it steady. Hit on this bot side on the top lane though. I did see that Zest and Curdy were kind of coming to blows a little bit. I will say Zest has been dumpstering Curdy. in this matchup. It's seemingly a counter pick now for the Cassante, as he's just got all the MR in the world and is now, what, 20 CS up? He's got some plates as well, doing incredibly well in this 1v1.
Now the Koenig Rookern, that is only going to get tougher. So, goodbye lane for Curdy. We hardly knew you. The 0-0-0, yeah, like you said, Roodood, if you walk out of there as a Cassante with a 0-0-0 on the opposite side, you've done your job. Oh, and if you come out of it with 23 CS up on top of that, you have more than done your job.
Yeah. Oh, Charm? Nope, not going to connect. But Feisty here. Again, on this Ari, I think Feisty so far this series has been a little bit lackluster for me, but honestly, both of the mid laners not truly holding up to the high highs that I was hoping for. I mean, in particular, for Cody, obviously this game sort of aside.
Yeah, I was going to say, this game could be where he's got a chance to really impose himself on this series.
Ooh, good dodge by Momochi.
Now Peach able to get forward onto Ackerman, but maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Goes untargetable for just a bit. Bao trying to get close enough to do some damage, but he's not able to. Peach goes down. Dudu just barely gets away.
That was the weirdest Lucian escape that I've ever seen. Is he's just sat by the wall in the face of Fluxu with two people waiting for his cooldowns to come back up. Despite Fluxu losing the member, they're the ones that are flexing, looking aggressively here. Cody with the summoner spell flash available, but now there's a TP behind.
Could be in some trouble, gets exhausted, but does not care at all. Zest goes all out and scoops Cody into the gray screen, into the waiting arms of his Los Grandes compatriot. Zest is good, man. Zest is a good Legends player.
This guy, pretty solid top laner, and Los will do well to rally around him in splits coming forward. Has been one of the pioneers of this lower bracket run for Los so far.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Fluxu, the team that first sent them down into the lower bracket in a grueling 5-game series about 3 weeks ago. But Los so far, or since then rather, have taken down VKS. They've taken down CBLOL Cup champions in Loud.
True.
And you know, I think that they were the other 3 and 6 seeds, so we'll see whether or not Los can continue on this lower bracket run, or if Fluxu are the be-all and end-alls. We do get a look at this replay. Momochi dodges out there on the Super Mega Fire Kick, which allows Ackerman to get away. Watch the bot side of this escape for Dudu to see something that's just a little bit funny, as both Cody and he stood there exchanging auto attacks. Thank you. Got to get out now. Cheers. See you later.
I had fun. Same time next week. Great.
Yeah, and that'll do us. But Cody on this Zoe, buying a lot of space here. You know, doesn't have a large HP bar, but he's kind of dodging everything. Ultimately, gets top diffed and then ends up falling down to a Zest abduct, but that has a really good lane all the same, has a really good fight there as well. And it was Ludens. All right, I'm the GOAT.
You were right. I didn't think the alternator, I thought it was blasting one. I thought for sure it was blasting one. My bad, G.
It might be. Let's see. Did he sell it? I'm still convinced.
Maybe. Thank you. You don't have
Ludens build path.
I'll see what the other monitor holds for Roodood.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's blasting one. He just sold the alternator.
All right, so I was not wrong.
There you go. We were both right. He was building a Ludens, he just did it badly.
Yeah, he went about it very inefficiently. Sleep lands onto Curse. He gets yanked in, charmed up. Curse not allowed to play the game. Bao rips through him with the feathers. Cody buying space as he does on the back end. And if they can get enough time to rip through Zest, that will be very, very good for them. That's exactly what they do. Accelerator into this one is Bao on the Xayah.
And it's the ignore the Cassante comp, right? Yep. Until they need to, just ignore this guy. Cody zoned away all 3 members of Los in a Herald. So then Fluxu just turn around and go, we've got nothing better to do. I guess we'll go for Zest. This poor guy who came out of lane with a crazy lead in a matchup, you know, it's not difficult, but it's not easy. And he's just able to, or isn't able rather, to carry the team 1v5 in this case because he's been given a tank, quite frankly. Obviously, going to be looking to have some defense of his top side turret as Peach takes the Dragon. That's Drake number 2 for them. Another Chemtech Rift, so low-key, low-rolling on these souls, but not the end of the world here as get another look at this flight. Pete, a curse there. I really like the heads-up play. If you're getting slept, go closer to the Zoe. Unironically, it's the better way to try and live because the Q is based on, the damage is based on how far you travel. But you can see how much space Cody buys on the bot side of that fight. Feisty did it, Ackerman, never a part of it. So the rest of Fluxu just go, okay, we can 5v1 the Cassante, guys, I believe.
Yeah, and it like they were able to, but it's like it's still a Cassante. He's still all out. He's still really really tough to deal with. And they were able to 5v1 him, but just barely. He almost got another kill on him. Now Cody,
I'm interested.
Keeps looking for something. I mean, yeah, but this is what you should. This kind of, to me, is what separates like really kind of, like good Zoes. They can, you hit your bubbles and you destroy someone, right? But
yeah,
to have the kind of mechanical wherewithal to just like scurry in and out, right, and the threat of getting hit by that bubble or that paddle star, to just constantly apply that's kind of that's step 2 on the Zoe ladder.
It is. For me, step 3 is is making sure you don't fall into any gameplay. And Cody's slipping into this a little bit here, I'm not gonna lie, where you get so invested in making plays happen because you've got this small lead from the laning phase that you end up losing your lead. He's down 30 CS here. Feisty is even in gold, but Cody's doing more in these team fights. Eventually that's going to stop, and eventually he's just going to get blown up. So it's a fine line that Cody's treading, and he needs to stop playing the right side of it more so than anything else.
Yeah, once Feisty kind of gets items, excuse me, 2 and 3 going, then you can start to see a little bit more damage coming out of this Ari. But like you said earlier, Roodood, I mean, Ari Lucian, yeah, it's fine. Aha, alternator, and he built it into a proto belt. So I was right about the alternator with the proto belt.
We were both right. We're both great at our job.
Yes.
And that's why they hire us. That's why they pay us the big bucks.
Something like that. Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. That's why we hired ourselves. Why we pay ourselves nothing.
Yeah, even hire is a strong word. Does hire imply pay? I don't actually know.
Good time to remind everybody, we're a fan-run broadcast. If you feel like supporting us in any way, subscribe. It gives us money, which would be great. We are doing this for the love of the game. Obviously, CBLOL, an incredible region. We do this because we enjoy it. But if you're going to throw $5 our way, I'm not going to say no. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll. I was gonna say I'm not gonna promise you anything actually. So
I'll at you on Twitter with the drink I buy. How about that?
Roodood's home address. Zest giving everyone his home address. They know exactly where he is. He buys so much time though. Just being Cassante eventually goes all out when he's a little bit less trouble. Cody almost gets hit by everything there. The charm almost kills him. The culling on the back end, but now Fluxu, they turn tail and run. The sleepy trouble bubble does land, but all that for nothing.
Momochi MVP, and Mikhail's there. Gets Cody out of danger. He was charmed up, was about to take everything, was able to quite nimbly run away because he had Summon a Ghost and a little bit of an extra boost there from the Mikhail. So really good stuff for Momochi, keeping his mid laner alive. But it's Los who slowly here are starting to come back into this one. They take the mid-tier 1 turret. They need to do something about this dragon that spawns in a minute's time. But other than that, I think if Fluxu can find this and keep this ball rolling, then that's good. If they can't, I start to get a little bit worried.
Yes. On the other side of it, like you said, Fluxu, they are in a much better position here, and Bao accelerated already with those 2 kills. All of a sudden, the fact that Curdy... Actually, now he's got a gold lead, so... Now with the Bloodletter's Curse as well, that's going to feel really good. So that's a big 2-item spike for the boy right there.
I've just been reminded by Luna Day, thank you Luna Day, that with the 6 months of back pay, they're now owed my entire address log from pretty much my entire life. So that's nice. I will not just dox myself, but also my entire existence would be nice to see here as a good catch mid lane.
Ooh, I was going to say Doodoo. Might have gotten away with murder right there. Got the Summoner heal. Ackerman crucially still holds on to the Breath of Life. As all out, we'll be back up in 2 seconds. Spirit Rush available. Void Rush available. The culling going to be back up in 5 seconds as well. So we should be fighting completely even here. The only summoners that are down, the combat summoners, if you will, are Flash. There's the barrier for Bao. And the summoner heal from Ackerman. So should be a slobber knocker, as it were.
Yeah.
Should they want to fight here.
It's an honors even here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Zest found a way in.
But is he going to find a way out? The calling, or excuse me, the equalizer goes massive there, gets a ton of damage down, allows Peach to clean it up, but the shutdown comes in. So it's a 1-for-1 so far. Mid laner for top laner traded, but Cassante eventually does go down. Double kill for Peach as he's going nuclear.
We're Zoeing
on this Flashing forward. Barrier. Very nicely done by Cody, man. He is mopping up so nicely with this Zoe. But how about Peach on that Nefiri, dude?
Yeah, that was a two-pronged approach. This is the mid-jungle duo that we've been waiting for. We were hoping for. Peach in the first game didn't quite show up. Game 2 showed us exactly what it is that we have been waiting for. Cody here in game number 3 doing the exact same thing on the Zoe. You called it out in the fight beautifully here, 4x4. Equalizer, splits Los apart. Feisty on top of it, gets rooted, pretty much dies instantly, and Zest is tanking it up the entire time. Dudu and Ackerman can't contribute because there's that equalizer down. And the Rek'Sai as well, not quite able to get in for fear of being burned alive. And then Cody, just kind of summon the spells all over everybody, flashes onto a barrier, barriers for more Ws. Like, the Zoe champion plays itself in a big team fight like that.
And now with the Baron, immediately they go onto the big purple worm, and Fluxu put themselves in a fantastic spot to slingshot this game forward. Get themselves a dragon as well. And now Soul Point, Roodood, they've got complete control over the map. And the threat of this mid-jungle, of this Nefiri Zoe, is it enough to keep Los Grandes kind of locked into their lanes, right? I mean, how do you, if you're Los Grandes, how are you playing this out? Is it with any sort of aggression, or are you just trying to weather the storm? Jesus.
that was with no bubble, by the way, and Zest just about walks away from that one. I mean, the problem is that Zoe is so much a better champion from ahead than she is from behind. Being ahead like this just favors Cody so incredibly much. You can fire those bubbles over the walls and really go crazy with it. Charm lands onto him, though, as he takes off his HP in response.
Zest gonna eat a flame spitter. Cody taken low. Comet forward. The feathers. Not gonna be enough to take down Zest. On 2.5 items right now. Bubble does land. Cody not going to take the bait. Very nicely done by the boy.
Okay, and with this Baron in tow here for Flukes, who are just looking to accelerate that gold lead, really push this lead to a position where we can close out with a soul, right? 3 minutes time, 4 minutes time, the respawn of Baron, the soul comes up, and those are going to be the key points that will allow us as Fluxu here to take this game really by the horn and make it ours. Give them a nice bounce back. They get their gold. What is that? 2k Baron power play, not the biggest that we've ever seen, but I mean, if you want to look for a place that there's a big advantage, look no further rather than your jungler. Peach currently 3.7k gold up over his counterpart.
Wow, four levels as well. My goodness, that is tough sledding. How do you feel about the Serpent's Fang here?
Again, Milio, good. I mean, honestly, I think this champion Milio is very, very strong. There's a couple of barriers as well. Kasante has his own shield put in. Like, Milio's just so countered by a Serpent's Fang that it's worthwhile. Plus, he's so far ahead that, like, this is just, like, his entire gold lead and an extra Dirk on top of it. And the BF sword, honestly. If we took away the Serpent's Fang and the BF sword, he'd be even items with his enemy jungler. Like, he's got so much gold to play with, so much house money that he's playing with here. It genuinely is. It's like, why not?
Yeah.
And shout out, by the way, whoever you are, anonymous gifter, we really do appreciate you. That's 6 gifted subs in total. Genuinely massive from you. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Shout out to that. That's nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
W Euler. Hell yeah.
W Euler. Yeah. Who's Euler?
The people that have oil money are rich.
Oh, LOL. That's okay. Thank you. Yes.
You're old.
There is a hockey team in Edmonton called the Oilers. And there used to be a football team in Houston called the Oilers. Yeah, which that makes. And actually, in Edmonton,
are they big in the Twitch scene?
No. Famously, American professional sports franchise attempts to go into esports have been. Actually, to be fair, there is the NBA 2K League that is doing all right. I know eFIFA is a thing as well.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
Yeah, and there were.
Do you mean EA Sports FC 26? By the way, sorry.
EA Sports FCCC 2666. Yeah, I do.
Good. That's better.
I do remember there was one time. Do you remember when Wolverhampton Wanderers they sponsored EG back in the day?
I do. That's still happening, by the way.
Okay, so they still have that sponsorship. That's good. But there were a lot of esports people that were like, when Wolves tweeted about, like, you know, they tweeted something about EG, and there was one tweet that went crazy when a bunch of esports people were like, "This is a Premier League team." They thought it was just a little fun
Yeah.
hexagon of like, just some patch of God knows what, right? But they had no idea. And it was very funny to watch a lot of esports Twitter realize what Wolverhampton Wanderers were, which, look, no disrespect to Wolves. They're a very bland, kind of inoffensive, pat on the head club. But it was funny, their little intersection there for a while.
Yeah, it's also good because they are from like a typically, I'll say mocked area of the UK, which is quite nice as well. So yeah, the two-pronged approach to mockery really came through quite nicely. As we'll zoom back in on the games, we've got 30 seconds left before the Soul Fluxu spawns. Items across the board looking pretty good. I think if Cody finishes this Void Staff before that fight happens, then that's great news for Los. You're looking at Roodood. He's got 3 items. He's got the Infinity Edge. He's got the can-do attitude. He was on duty in the last game. Like, this is his opportunity to go, coach, never give me that again.
Because watch this. Now, it is going to be tricky. He's down a 1,500 gold from his opposite number. Decent buffer there by Zest with the Pathmaker. Curse. Just waiting.
Oh, we're going in.
In the brush there. Peach trying to get onto Ackerman. He gets all of his health, essentially. Equalizer goes down. Splits Los Grandes again. Not a ton of damage, but does it buy them a window to go in? Maybe it did, but they didn't take it. Still everyone
It's not about
alive.
going in. It's
Now
about
the
getting
online
out,
way.
and it's about going for the Drake. Remember, this is Soul if Fluxu can get it.
How heavily do you want to index it? Losing one dragon, not the end of the world. Your health bars are in a fantastic spot, but neither are Los Grandes, to be fair. Ackerman back up to about 50% HP.
Cody bubble.
Peach is on
Big
the
bubble.
dragon. Cody looking for a way in. Sleep does land. Everybody charmed up there by Momochi. He gets in. He gets out with the quickness. Dragon taken low. Ackerman and Zest taken very low as well. Zest trying to get in for one last Hail Mary. Curse goes in. Gets absolutely nothing, and the Dragon does go over. Fluxu with Soul Point. They get the Dragon Soul as well. Chemtech Soul done and dusted for them. A double kill for Bao. Meanwhile, it was not pretty, but eventually the prowess of the AD carry wins out. It's a 4-for-1. Curdy the only one that dies. They get everything for that. Fluxu in complete control.
And the Soul makes the difference in the end. Look at those HP bars on Fluxu. Below 50%. Hey, that's our thriving zone, baby. 4 people strong. They're going to turn it down mid.
Fantastically done, that last fight by Fluxu. We'd love to get another replay of that just to see how exactly that went down in a little bit more detail. But that all-important third win for the Zoe as Cody and company romp to a Game 3 win in 30 minutes, now 1 game away from ending the season of Los Grandes.
Yeah, and again, reminder that Los, the team that are on the lower bracket run at this stage, equally, want to remind you guys that Los got sent down into the lower bracket by Fluxu in 5 games, importantly. So, odds of this still going Los's way for game number 4, entirely possible as well. We came into the day expecting it to be a big 5-gamer. So far, we are fully on the cards for that, and we would not be surprised if we just kept on moving.
No, wouldn't be surprised if Fluxu, after that, decide, you know what we should do, and then just like puke down their legs with some sort of just terrible drop. And Los Grandes walk to a free win in Game 4. And that's kind of what happened after Game 1. It was like great performance, and then they just like are like, all right, we're sick. Let's give Doo the Orn. Let's have no damage and just try to snowball this game early. But that is hopefully not what's going to happen in Game 4. I would like to see some good League of Legends as opposed to just 5 games of just poopy League of Legends. And if nothing else, to see who can challenge Red, because it does feel like zooming out a little bit more. Furia, they're kind of in a class of their own right now. Red Canids, good, but never quite gotten over the hump. But they are awaiting the winner of this in the losers finals. Again, the winner of this will also get a fully funded boot camp for MSI. So there is a little bit something on the line. I think both these teams could stand to benefit from that, honestly. I mean, both these teams are, if nothing else, not to get patronizing, but some teams that we're really excited to watch as things go forward, because both these teams have flashes of, good team, a little bits of title contention team. If nothing else, they're in banana skin territory right now. That's a lot more than you could say for some other teams. So with that, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, potentially the last game of the day, Game 4 on your screen in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hi, everybody. Fluxo up 2-1 against Los Grandes. They're looking to close it out, but Los Grandes, they've got a punch in them. They've got a big punch in them, actually, as we've seen. They've got, look, even in this game where Curdy, his team won, Zest had himself another monstrous game on the Cassante, almost single-handedly brought it back for him. But the 2-10 Zoe, Cody said, give me that. I know exactly what to do. Put down a couple really good bubbles. Bao showed up when it mattered. It was a good team effort by Fluxo to get them this win.
Yeah, it was. And, they successfully ignored the top side, and that was their job. When they realized, okay, and they knew this going in, which was the crucial part, we don't need to acknowledge what Zest is going to do to us. We will simply ignore him and come back to him later. And then they did that, and then they won the game, and it was beautiful. I really do think if Lowe's put themselves together, a cohesive draft, like they can so easily come back into this series. Feels like they've given themselves a rough run of things through games 2 and 3. Where they drafted, what was this, Ari Lucian for their damage this game again. Not great as the game gets later. Game 2 was Annie Senna. Like we're starting to see the problems. What happened to Jinx? Like not to be old school about it. What happened to Sither? Where are these guys? What's the haps?
4-4-2. Get it launched to the big man up top.
Yeah,
none of this woke tiki-taka nonsense. Oh, if we Senna actually scales really well, and if we get Black Cleaver early, that's really going to help Jace if he could. No, stick him on a hyper carry, stick Doodoo on a hyper carry, get Ackerman on Thresh, and stick it in the mixer.
What is the Sean Deitch of League of Legends compositions? It's Jinx's ear with Nautilus, like Jarvan Ornn.
And yeah, exactly. Just 2 hyper carries and a bunch of bodies where your responsibility is to peel and just get the hell out of the way and let the kid right click. When you've got a kid like Doodoo, who is very mechanically gifted, Brazil continues to produce really good AD carries. And Doodoo, he could be on that next wave, man. If Los Grandes don't retain him past this year, he's going to find a spot. He's going to find a spot on another very good team.
A couple of these Los members are in for some good contract negotiations, I think, as we come out of whenever their contracts elapse. I mean, Zest as well on that top side. Well, maybe one of the right wingers that you're happy to give a little bit of ball to, more so than anything else. As we do get into our draft, and it's Fluxo. I mean, losers now get blue side, which I do find really funny, because if we'd have gone back like literally a year,
I was going to say, transport someone from 2024 into this and.
Now they're found, oh, wait, what the... Why on earth are there 30 champions above my screen? What is this? Okay. Anyway, Pantheon gets locked in for Fluxo, which, I mean, is already an incredible start to a draft. I feel like the CBLOL have a real hold on Pantheon and what this champion actually looks and tries to do. So we'll hope that can be Peach once again, because, to be honest, he has had the run of Curse. I think that's been the one consistency. Actually, maybe not the one consistency. I'd say Zest has had the run of Curti for this entire series as well, but he's playing top lane, so it doesn't matter. But Peach has had a pretty decent run of things.
Yeah, he's been awesome. On the Neferi had a good game as well. And yeah, the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, and he's just playing, again, more of these just kind of run at you, be a menace sort of champions, apply the CC, get a bunch of early damage down. That's exactly what he's going to try to do. On the other side, a flex pick potentially could be jungle Skarner, could be top lane Skarner. Let's see where they want to put this one. I say you give it to Curse on these champions. He is just simply a little bit better. So we're going to pair the Alistar with as well. I'm a little surprised to take it this early though, Roodood.
Give me Silas. Give me Silas. Nice and early here. Let's lock that guy in. Let's go full dive. Let's make them regret taking this Alistar so blind and so brazenly, to be honest with you. I think this is a very big Silas angle. You've already got Pantheon to go diving with. Jhin, again, really good dive style AD carry. Not because Jhin dives, because Jhin supports the dive really, really well with all of his range. So, I mean, this is a Silas on 3 for me here. If I'm Gucci or nothing, like, give me that, and we'll say thank you very much, and we'll see you in Split 2.
A couple of really nasty ults already, like you said, to be stolen. Yeah, just be a bit of an Unga Bunga comp. And Cody, he's got the hands to take the Silas. So if you're not going to take it here, you run the risk of it being banned out, which I guess maybe if you're going to burn a ban on the Silas, that's a dub as well. Because you're all of a sudden with the LeBlanc and the Silas being banned out, that is 2 kind of off-meta picks that you are burning bans on. Tristana On the other side, meanwhile, there's the Silas. Immediately, they said absolutely not.
They knew, like, if I'm in the Los camp and I take Alistair on 2 with 2 picks still to go, I'm like sweating behind my coach's
Cross
book.
your fingers.
I blind picked Alistair. Please don't pick Silas here, or I'm getting fired. And yeah, they get away with it. I think this Tristana for me was like kind of shielding a Silas pick, because you can put this Tristana mid lane and maybe have a really good answer to the Silas in the laning phase, but they opt not, and instead looks like, I mean, Tristana's still a flex pick anyway. Like, this can go top, mid, and bot lane at this stage.
Sure.
I don't know if it was in the CBLOL, but I've seen Tristana top recently. I think he might have even been in the LPL to answer a Gnar. So, yeah, this Trist can get flexed. And also, importantly, with the new level cap for Tristana, she gets even more range, obviously, as you get more levels. So that's quite nice.
Yeah, it is. I wasn't going to take my shirt off, Rose. Take me off the screen like that. I was just wiping. I didn't want to wipe my eyes with my hands because I haven't washed my hands. So I was like, maybe I don't touch my eyes, right? But I've been a little congested this morning, so getting a little teary-eyed. But yeah, the level 20 Tristana could go bug mode, as the kids are saying.
Is that what the kids are saying? That's
Some of the kids.
I work with quote unquote the kids. I've not heard them say bug mode, but maybe that's waiting for me on the other side of a half-time break.
I guarantee you, you'll. Yeah. It's like throwing a grenade into the room. Watch them. Just,
if I said, I guess because they say that's bugging, now you're bugging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That means kind of the same thing.
Yeah, could be. Vayne and Yorick will be the bans on the other side. Now, who are you going to give this Aurora to? Yeah, lots of flex capability. Los Grandes, they certainly get the, get mystery points for the draft, right? I think we as casuals get very excited when we're like, ooh, a couple of these picks could go like 6 different spots. So let's see. It really is all revolving around the top lane, though. Where is Zest going to go, and what sort of counter pick, what sort of matchup are you going to give your, dare I say, best player?
Yeah, I think that it's important that you give Zest that angle to decide what he wants. Feels like he's been able to sort of handle Curdy pretty much consistently throughout this entire split, and this series in particular as well. So now okay, I'm best at top. Am I okay with Tristana into this? Yeah, probably. Would the team like something else? Well, let's find out. Again, options for this to be a marksman if they want. Equally, options for this to be an answer to an Ambessa. Equally, options for this to be an answer to Talia as well, and send the Aurora into the top lane.
No shot. Okay. Kennen.
For me, that's like it doesn't give me the oomph. That doesn't fill me up with juicy flex pick that this whole draft was building up to.
Yeah, little bit of a like this could still end up being fine, but to your point, it was a little anticlimactic, a little damp squid.
Yeah. Is the comp good? Absolutely. Is it like I don't know. Was it Janna top levels of spicy? No, but
no. But this is a lot of damage, Roodood.
Yes, it is. It is a lot of damage, and importantly, it's on a good composition as well. Like if we take a look at how the Los Grandes composition functions as a whole, I Skarner ult 3 people, they then get knocked up, and Kennen ulted. Those 3 champions die. I look across at the Fluxu composition. How are they stopping that from happening? Well, I mean, maybe a Rel Engage can do a little bit. But the Talia dies, the Jhin dies. Like they're not big tanks really on the other side of things. So I actually really like this composition for Los. And again, this is a type of composition where when a Kennen gets snowballing, he can have really big impact.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the mobility available to Fluxu here as we pan the champions down. Jhin and Talia, they are hopeless at trying to get away from things.
Yeah, it gets really, really tricky, right? I mean, it's just like you're gonna have to land like a perfect defensive Deadly Flourish or a perfect defensive Seismic Shove. And when you find yourself using those abilities defensively, I'm not going to say that's what Los Grandes want, but you're losing out on a lot of value. And it's also just so effing difficult to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Well identified, to be honest. And this is match point now for Fluxu again. Los Grandes, they came into this series on a bit of a lower bracket run. Taking out VKS, taking out CBLOL Cup champions in Loud. Ultimately, they got sent down to the lower bracket by this very same Fluxu team.
Yep.
Who just last weekend struggled and found their way down here.
So Rose is predicting a Fluxo win. I mean, they could, right? But
They could.
again, I think it's gonna have to be a bit of a Peach masterclass early on. I think he's gonna have to be hyper efficient with where he goes, with his pathing, with his ganking as well. And he's gonna have to have really good setup from Cody and Bao. Good seismic shoves, good deadly flourishes. The Los Grandes composition just feels a lot easier to execute. You've got a couple of dive threats that can reposition themselves, right? With the Buster Shot, with the rocket jump, I should say, with the Between Worlds. Zest can get on you in a hurry, go and ignite, electrocute like a man, like a gosh darn adult, taking some responsibility for his lane.
Yeah. And he's gonna hope that he can get out of his out of said lane with a good recall. But Curse here trying to prevent Peach from taking away his red buff. I think that if this goes Peach's way, this is pretty much the exact start that Flukes were looking for. Never mind, Curse got it.
All right, well, if Peach survives, I think you're okay with this. Instead, he is trying to make sure that Curse does not survive. Curse is going to Blast Cone his way to safety.
You don't need no red buff.
No. Summoner's burned down
level
in the
2's all
bottom
in.
lane. Yeah, Momochi flashing in on the rel with that level 2 advantage, looking for the business end of this trade. Instead, of just going to get a 4th auto onto Ackerman. But you did burn Barrier Heal. But you did burn Exhaust. So I guess it's a 2 for 2 for the summoner spells in the bottom lane. So not a great advantage secured kind of one way or the other.
Small thing to take note of, though, is that it is Exhaust for Bao. Really, really powerful summoner spell, obviously, versus Tristana in the laning phase. Yeah. I think more importantly, for the Kennen, as we get later on into this one, Exhaust is like Kennen's worst nightmare. So you see this typically against Kennens and against Dianas, because it's so telegraphed when they're doing all of their damage. Exhaust can just really put them in their place. So as we go through this game, keep your eyes on that Exhaust and whether Bao has it and whether or not he's going to be able to make good use of it as well.
It's going to be a big, big weapon. Like you said, it's, and I think that maybe if you want to take a kind of glass half full look at it as well, you say, well, he can only exhaust one of us, right? But to your point, it is a pretty big nerf, whatever, the opposite of boon is. I am shocked that Deadly Flourish missed. Usually the hitbox is more generous than that. Peach going to get onto Curse here. He'll be able to flash away and with the shield as well, providing him some extra security. The Pebble's not going to find him either.
And Cody again here, able to get first move out of mid lane. This is, Aurora being taken into the Talia. Maybe not for as a counter necessarily, but it's a matchup that was opted into, let's say, as now Feisty gonna have to try and pick up the dregs of this mid wave. Nice to see that Peach is just walking through. By walking through, he slows the push down enough to allow Cody to get back and catch the majority of this. Unfortunately, Cody has this wave to catch, so he's either sacrificing it and moving for this crab. Curse. Just picks up the crab and hops out the river, says thank you very much.
Good thing, too. Checking on the leads here. Nothing really too much to write home about, ever so slightly in favor of Los Grandes. In this bottom lane, Roodood, it's a lot of swingy champions in this bottom lane, right? The Alistar being taken as early as it was in the draft. Dudu on this Tristana could absolutely just single-handedly define the game. Bao could do the same, for better or for worse. Jin, obviously a champion that has a wide spread of opinions available onto him. Deadly Flourish does land there. We're going to Hex Flash out. Stun lands on Dudu. We get the buffer out of it.
And that's the power of this Tristana here. How easy is it for the Trist to get caught? Well, to be honest, not that difficult for Dudu to escape would be my theory. As long as he's got the rocket jump available, can buffer out of things like Ambessa ulti, Pantheon stun, a seismic shove as well, if necessary.
Mochi crashing down. Backwards, though. Headbutt out as well.
Alistar is always one of my favorite champs. If you fail the headbutt pulverize combo, it just looks like you're really mad and smash the ground.
Yeah.
If you do it in a different order as well, again, looks like you're just angry.
Yeah.
And sort of rage smash the ground with the Q. Yeah.
And there's nothing more just like, I can't think of a better word, but just like emasculating. You just feel so powerless if you miss the headbutt pulverize. And especially if you have the ult, you're just like, well, now I have to just walk backwards. This is really embarrassing.
First plate up on the top side for Zest. You have to imagine that that's the first of many, looking at the CS differential and And the fact that Zest has managed to find a good recall, no TP here, so it must have been a pretty solid laning phase thus far for Zest as he gets a good stun. Not going to commit the ulti just yet, but we'll see. There's the ignite, and Curti immediately flashes. Nice.
So
you have to imagine that he was playing for that. I'm sorry, Curti was just walking.
You would think so.
he's walking, he's autoing the cannon, and Zest is like, brother, what are you doing? Fires ulti and then immediately flashes away. Yeah. All right. Well, no cannon ulti, but it did cost our Ambessa flash. We'll see who comes out on top of that trade.
Yep. Ignite down as well. Like you said earlier, neither Curse nor Peach have level 6. Just going to take Peach for a spin there. The Between Worlds is popped by Feisty. A little bit more mobility, but that goes down. Cody does have the Weaver's Wall if he wants to try to split up Los Grandes, but will not choose to do so. First blood over to Zest.
Best place for the gold to go.
Absolutely.
Give it to this cannon. Let's see if Zest can carry Los to a game 5, to a even series here in this one. Definitely not an easy spot for the cannon to be in, or for Zest in particular, right? In his rookie year, if I'm not mistaken, in the CBLOL. He's, being given what I would say is probably the biggest challenge, to be what is arguably the biggest carry on this team. Maybe Dudu as well, but I think if history tells us anything, the consistency-wise, it's definitely more so that Zest is going to be the one to do the work.
Yeah, Zest, he did have a he did have a cup of coffee in the LCK in 2022, but that was as a sub when Gen G were already, they had kind of won everything. But for the most part, has just played his entire career in Europe Tier 2, playing the Turkish League and the LFL as well. So he's got, he's got priors in some high-level leagues, but this is his first kind of proper Tier 1 starting job. So effectively his rookie year at age 22 here in Brazil.
How crazy is it that in gaming terms, that's like, low-key old?
No, exactly. It's like, oh, they took a punt on this 22-year-old. See if they can fucking fix him up.
Let's hopefully, this old grandpa of a gamer.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's able to actually make anything work. Either way, though, and I do think that for Zest, he had a really solid start. I mean, he came out as our best all-pro top laner from the CBLOL Cup, probably. I know we didn't do an official power ranking, but I feel like we all unanimously felt, you know what, as far as laning top laners go, Zest, you probably take the cake. Now, not quite the same level in Split 2. Obviously, we've had Zinz and, Xeno did look pretty good until he didn't.
Yeah. What I was going to say, in terms of laning, I think Zest is the undisputed best. I think Shino's the only guy that can kind of hold a candle to that. But even then, crashing out to this very, top laner in this matchup, Los versus Loud. And Los had just the complete run of that series. How much of that was specifically Shino's fault? How much of that was Zest, right? You could kind of, you could debate that until the cows come home. But point is, Zest is still in the competition. Shino is not. So...
And I do remember as well, one of our discussions on the Gringos Liberados podcast. Again, subscribe to our YouTube, help us out, fan-run broadcasting. We're making podcasts for you. Crazy work from us. Was how far can Curdy go? Like, how far can this guy who's losing to top lane matchups all the time go? So far, like, he's 2-1 up in a series against Los. Like, he's doing well enough. He's doing fine.
Yeah.
He's not costing his team the game, which was one of the real concerns that we had.
No, he's up 2-1. It might be a bit of a, bro thinks he's on the team, but like you said, he has not cost his team just yet. And even here, Zest up 1-0 in this matchup, but has yet to kind of really slingshot that. But look, he's up 700 gold. He's doing all right, all things considered. Immediately into the Hex Drinker for Curdy. A lot of magic damage that he's got to deal with, not just in lane, but as he gets out of lane. Feisty.
Right, good luck.
An issue to deal with as well. Now here comes Pantheon. Peach ulted in, but is this going to be enough? It's going to be a 4v2. Went into just a really rough side. Got the public execution, not onto his intended target, though. Now Cody comes up here on the Talia. Seismic Shove not going to land. Feisty going to get the kill there onto Curdy. It's 2-0 for Los Grandes.
And it's actually the Ignite that picks up the kill as well. Zest, for all the praises we've sang for him, played that like absolute garbage. Put the ignite down and found the kill anyway, so he'll be happy enough to walk away with Curdy. Again, that was the intention. It doesn't matter how many sums, what happened. The intention here is kill Curdy. What do? They kill Curdy. So take a look. Zest here, not really in range for his ulti. Q goes wide. Curdy does a very good job at spacing. Good flash, in fairness, to get away from the Ambessa, but he does drop the ignite down, and it is the full elevator music ignite there. As you put it down, wait till the end. There we go, final tick. Takes it over the line.
That's good.
Yeah, it's the opposite to the dubstep ignite.
No, that is no, not quite, but that's exactly what you said. Just drop it down, and I did my job, and indeed he did. Now he's up 1,300 gold. The entirety of the gold lead is effectively on Zest's shoulders. It's exactly what you want when you give this dude the cannon on R5, right? Big draft resources and an investment into this pick. And so far, so good. Results-wise, you can't really argue with it.
You can't. And, Gunblade now picked up for Zest as well, which is a really big pickup. Second Drake of the game. No, first Drake of the game. 11 minutes in. Wow, okay. So Lowe's finally take themselves that objective. Feels like they've got themselves a good enough footing in the match to try and look for it. Zest able to get away. 4-4, do you think there are people that don't know what the dubstep ignite is?
I'm going to be honest with you.
There have to be. Do you know what the dubstep ignite is? No. Was this is maybe just EU, YouTube, League of Legends core?
When was this? When was it?
Circa 2017.
Okay.
Is when I want to say.
15 to 19, I was minimally involved with League of Legends.
Yeah. If anybody remembers the YouTuber Uber Danger, I don't know if that name has aged well. It's like the type of person that, hey, whatever happens, But if anybody remembers Uber Danger and the dubstep ignite, just know that I'm vindicating your existence of that person,
Oh man. You can be for that.
Good. My producer knows what dubstep ignite is. That's what I like to see.
You are famously in charge, despite what anyone might have you think. Rose is in charge of what goes on here.
Sorry, to explain, I should actually tell people what the dubstep ignite is.
Yeah,
the dubstep ignite is when you can kill them with anything and they're like 1 HP. You could auto them, but to use a new age parlance here, for the aura, you ignite them instead. And it's like the one first tick of ignite kills them.
I like that. Yeah. That was the opposite of the dubstep ignite. This is my last chance. Now, Curdy tried to get in there with a public execution, but it was a 2v1. It was just, look, can I get something off the back of this? Oh, there's no way he timed that perfectly. Oh, my goodness. Curse, you beauty. All the slander we have given you out the window. That was gorgeous.
And, hey, you know what? Again, we said at the top of this game, if Los give themselves a halfway decent draft, they probably win a game.
Yeah. And if they give a champion like this, the Curse special is champions like this.
Yeah.
Tank and spank. Give him the Sejuani. Give him the Skarner.
Let's go Maokai game 5
yes!
and pray for the Lord that this
is very good on these champions. Curse is a good jungler if you give him the right champions.
Yeah, and obviously on this Skarner, a high level of proficiency as we get to see it once more here. Really nice play by Curse. He flashes in for the E, so there's no room for the escape from Curdy. But watch this by Curse. Knows the second that landing comes down, never mind, the observers didn't want to do him like that. That's you know what? Fair enough.
The observer said, no, we've been glazing Peach too much. This goes against the narrative.
Yeah, the casters are not allowed. They don't get this win.
For anyone wondering, also, we have a bit of a lull. PSG up 4-3 on pens against Arsenal.
Okay.
So if Arsenal make this penalty, we'll go into, then it'll just be like 1-1 kind of sudden death. But if they miss, PSG will win Champions League. It will be the first one to retain their title to win back-to-back Champions League since 17-18 Real Madrid.
Well, you keep us posted on that in the chat. If you're
it's on my
UEFA watcher,
I told them if this game goes to pens, there's a certain amount of my brain power that's going to be on my other monitor, and I'm not going to apologize for it.
No, nor should you. I'll keep the people apprised. You watch your football, and we'll keep this moving.
I have two eyes. I'm literally staring at the space in between my two monitors right now. One of my eyes
collecting as much information.
If you can't do that,
then we'll do the best. I don't have a TV license, so I can't watch the games anyway. Shout out the UK for having weird laws like that.
I have heard that it is exorbitantly expensive to watch the Champions League there. It is cheaper to watch the Champions League here in another country than it is in the UK.
Yes.
Oh, he skied it! Oh my God, Arsenal lose!
PSG are champions. Woo woo!
Oh, he skied it. He just launched it over the effing bar. Oh, that is tough.
Good.
Oh.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Man. And the other pen they missed was when he took like it was Eberiche Eze. He took like a one of those like run-ups where you sort of like pause, wait for the goalie to bite, right? And the PSG goalie just stood stock still, said, "No, I'm not going to take the bait." And then he just like swazzed it just like to the left of one of the posts. And just this absolute duck fart of a penalty.
I love hearing. I love it, and for reference, 4x4, you're really good at doing this. But I love hearing Americans commentate on soccer or UK football. You obviously okay. Hold on, Momochi's gone fourth.
Yeah, Momochi has gone fourth. Knock up there into Zest's ultimate. Whether that was explicitly intentional, I guess we'll never know. But it looked cool. Los Grandes up now 6-0. They are dominating this game. 5,000 gold to the good.
Yeah.
To use one of your expressions at the 16-minute mark.
You know what? I mean, we can. The Champions League's over, which I think is fine. But we could have kept talking about it. This game is chalk and cheesed. Rose, unfortunately, I think you're finding that file. Game 5 looks all but on the cards. And you know what? Who do we feel bad for this game? I think once again it's Bao. Like, he's just been playing Jin. And he's having no fun doing it.
No.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a 0-0-0. And Dudu is also 0-0-0. But one of these guys is payphoning through this game. The other one is not having a good time.
No, they are not. And you know what? It's on Bao for going Mosquito Jin build. That's my cope. That's my takeaway here. If you go Yomu's Rapid Fire, you deserve to lose. And that's what Bao opted for here. Was definitely hoping for his top side to not be 0-6 at this stage in the game. It's called Foot Call. That's an unfortunate typo. And I'm going to ridicule you for it, unfortunately. As now Zest might be in a little bit of trouble here. Never mind, Ackerman's right there.
Ackerman is right there, and the stun lands, and the headbutt pulverize lands as well. Curdy. Zest goes forward, Proto Belt, maybe, public execution. No.
That's an Ambessa diff right there. Old Ambessa that hits.
Yeah, true. That would have come out a little bit quicker.
Is Feisty dead? He's probably fine. He has ulti.
Wow, Zest has 100% KP. He's the one.
Oh.
Been on every single kill. Very nicely. Oh, Deadly Flourish. Not going to land as Feisty has the Proto Belt.
Yeah, Feisty is going to need like a... Oh, good.
Nice, got
good
the flash.
Flash there by Peach. Look, I'm just going to say this. If you want to like go back and have a little bit of fun, watch how Feisty's been using his ulti to try to escape, and I use those words very literally here, as Ackerman has gone forward.
And again, we get a very similar result. Cody, will he be able to flash away? Got the Seraph shield. All right, already stacked up that Seraph at 18 minutes. Okay, I see you, Cody.
I mean, for good reason. Here we go. We're going deep now. This might be it.
Peach gets the stun down. Flukes who get their first kill. That is huge.
Lovely.
On to Peach, which, whatever. But they relieve a little bit of pressure. Now the question is, what are they going to do about it? I don't think they're going to get much off this, Roodood.
And importantly as well, it wasn't like they cashed in on any one of the topside shutdowns that there are. It was Dudu who got suckered into the play onto Cody. They're like, hey, can you collapse on this Talia? He's like, yeah, I'm playing Tristana. I can jump in. Jumps in, they don't find the kill, and then he gets collapsed on by like 4 people. The Talia ult, the Pantheon ult, and Bessa from Fog of War, Jin ulti over the top. Is like, oh geez, guys, this wasn't what I was hoping for. Yeah, literally, like he's been led down the bad path by his crazy grandpa.
Yeah, can we go home, please? Zest does not have.
Oh my god!
But he does have Proto Belt. He does have Ignite. He could rip it here. The rest of his team's buying him a lot of time. That is a squeaky little Yordle. He's somehow able to get away. But does he leave his team to die? Or are they simply just too far ahead? Or do they just buy enough time for Feisty to get in there? Ackerman goes down at the hands of Peach. Another body caught here by Fluxu.
Guess who's back?
On a war path. Dudu, try to go forward. If it's just them two, they could 2v3 this. I believe in them. Zest is back. Gets where with the TP. Just for good measure. It's a triple for Feisty. Pack it up, boys.
And the lead grows even further. There's a tier 1 turret that falls down on the bot side. Amazing. But that's not gonna offset what is objectively a very solid performance by Los. Bao here, he redeemed himself. He's opted into the Stormrazor second instead. So he gets to find some kills and have some fun in the game. 1-0-2 now on the Jin. Does manage to escape on that top side. But look at Zest, like 1v3, he eased forward, 3 people spawn in, he uses Proto Belt to dodge literally everything, and then in comes Curse and Ackerman, using pretty much everything to keep his Kennen alive. Protoplasm comes up, Curse is able to sustain through, Ackerman, crazy business, goes straight back in. And then obviously the big collapse that happens afterwards. CBLOL observers, we've got to have a word about when we're cutting away from these replays for nothing to happen. This is...
Yeah,
you know,
it's usually I've come to expect more from the Brazilian producers. They're usually pretty good about not doing that.
That's twice today, and that's all I'm willing to say.
Unfortunate, but Los Grandes, we just be cutting back to more of this. Fluxu just don't have a hope or a prayer in this one, unfortunately. Los Grandes look really, really sharp. They are, again, Curse just looks like a different animal on these sorts of junglers, man. Just let him get in there and be a nuisance. He's got good enough sense to be able to lead a team. Just get everybody else on these carries. You've got 3 extremely talented carries. Goodbye.
Through exhaust, by the way, like just to really rub it into the wounds. Feisty got exhausted there by Bao, and Bao didn't flash, so it's a product of his own making as well. But he did genuinely, and with good reason, think that exhaust would have kept him alive. Alas, it didn't, and he, with 10 Dark Seal stacks, I think this is the point in the game, Feisty, where we think, hey, maybe it's time to buy the book.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Just seal it, right? Literally. Get yourself in there and and just let's put this game to bed. Get on to game 5 and see which team is going to draft themselves into a questionable position and lose game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that's the outcome. 7k gold lead, and it's at this point in the game that Los will be kicking themselves that they didn't take that first dragon a little bit sooner. Yeah. Pushing themselves to Soul Point at 23 minutes instead of Soul itself, but this is not going to be contestable by Fluxu, and I think that their only way back into this game is like a full Hail Mary that connects onto Zest and Feisty at this stage, and that's without Dudu, who is not strong by any means, but quietly, like 2 items on a Tristana is low-key strong anyway with the Infinity Edge and the Yuntal, so...
That's strong 2 items.
Got all of the pieces, and for Fluxu here, they've got a dive composition that's really good at killing one target. They're just not going to be able to get all the 3 targets that they need.
See Zest, Feisty, and Dudu there, the richest members in the game. To absolutely nobody's surprise, Curdy trying to get in there and make something happen. The curtain call did go out, but Peach was just left to the lurch, and now the TP or the ult wombo combo comes in. Feisty gonna walk away with 2 more kills, 8-0-2 quietly on this Aurora. Maybe not so quietly, actually. And solo
with his chest. In fact, and has decided, you know what, I'm taking this game, and I will be the reason that these fights look so easy. Ackerman and Cody don't quite come to blows. Obviously, the counter synergy between the Talia and the Alistair means that Cody's in a very good spot to stand up and stay safe. They are trying to find this mid-tier 1, and they are actually TPing into this. Los, they've committed too many people to try and defend that they actually don't have the damage for this objective with no, 8-0 mage there to help.
Yeah, it certainly gets trickier if you don't have Feisty there, especially if he's over there. It's even worse. That's a shutdown onto Cody. Suboptimal, but you're still up a lot of goals.
Yo, if I'm Fluxu, rip the Baron right now. This is the best chance you get.
Might be your only chance, yeah.
Yeah, 30-second death timers. Cody's just gone bot lane, and I guess that's the reason that they say no, but I genuinely think that's your best opportunity. Kennen, still no ulti. I think that was an opportunity there to maybe try and find a brief committal in. I mean, this is one of the problems that has plagued Los, I think, is their, we'll say late game decision making, because that was pretty woeful. Somebody has to be there to communicate, hey guys, this is going slow. Give me a hand. And if they're not there, then that is a problem. But we do get to take a look at the fight that led to this. The fact that it was only really Peach that went down, somewhat surprising, I think, as you can see, he took half his HP from one Feisty combo, and then in goes Zest. Really easy job, just able to get 2 stuns onto that front line. And they got Momochi as well, but you get the point. Support lives don't matter. But Feisty here, off the backside of this, stepping way too far forward, you get to see some of that. what feels like inexperience or unfamiliarity with the champion, which is weird because he's 8-1 and was 8-0.
Yeah.
But he has shown a few propensities to mechanical misplays.
Yeah. Yeah, mechanical misplays, like you said, a little bit of a just, why are you even there sort of thing. But look, if you end up winning, no one is going to remember this.
Yeah. And I think this has taken the wind out of their sails quite heavily for Los. Like they were walking around.
For sure.
They were, very happy with where they were in the game, but it feels like for the time being they're going back to a recessive, or they're receding themselves almost, where they know, okay, in 90 seconds time we get an Infernal Soul and then we should be able to win. And until then, we are not going to put a foot wrong, and no matter what.
Yep. Little bit of vision being put down there by the Baron, but I imagine that will be probably just the reward. Neither team feeling like they can really take it. We've got Infernal Soul up in a minute and change soul point in Los Grandes' control. They've dominated pretty much every neutral objective in this game. With that little extra damage, just to push them over the edge. But if Fluxu do start stacking these up, taking advantage of, Los Grandes, they're a flawed team. We know this. Both these teams, very flawed, but that's part of what makes this series so fun.
Yeah.
They can find their way back into it and start stacking up those damage dragons. Delay the Elder. Maybe you got a shot here. Or, like you said, Roodood, there is a school of thought that says if you can get to the Elder sooner and flip that, then maybe that's your way in.
Could well be. Ackerman is sending it right now, and Los were, waiting off in the wings, would have been able to get in there, but Dudu has now picked up Flicker Blades, which means 100% queue up time for the Tristana if Dudu can auto-attack. And obviously that makes for pretty scary reading as Fluxu. They don't really have a true tank. They've indexed very heavily into MR, quite rightly. But it does mean that Dudu is a very scary piece of this puzzle now.
Weaver's Wall going to lock Feisty out of the fight for now. Try to take the interesting way in. Zest isn't in this fight either. He can get over the wall with a big ultimate. The Slicing Maelstrom does get one. It gets two. Cody has a stopwatch. He's going to buy himself some time, but Dudu try to get some damage down onto Peach. He gets the bomb onto his head.
Hold on, Fluxu.
Fluxu may have picked up something big here. Zesters was not with the rest of the team. No one was able to come in. Peach is down. Dudu, if he can stay free firing, like you said, that 100% uptime, if you can just keep autoing, flashes backwards.
Hold on,
very
it's a
nicely
penta.
done. Now he goes forward. Dudu with the masterclass. It's a quadra for the kid. Give him the penta. The young AD carry out of Los Grandes. Just 17 or 18 years old, almost with the penta on the Tristana. Played that fight gorgeous, Roodood.
Thank goodness, because his solo laners absolutely chucked it. Really well executed by Fluxu, in fairness. They did come back. They did claw their way into this fight. But it was that Tristana who went unchecked, that piece of consistency that, honestly, for Los had been missing. Finally steps up. On the Lucian, wasn't able to do it. Gave him a hyper carry, give him this Tristana, and he gives the team back what they'd given so much of in the early game. That prio, that ability to play the game really nicely, okay? So Bao opens up, honestly quite aggressively here, but he recognizes Ackerman's going to go in. Gets away from the Q flash. Skarner ulti only lands onto the Pantheon, not the target that you're looking for, and Bao exhausts the Kennen during his ulti, so he doesn't get that one shot, that pop damage off that you're looking for. The Aurora falls, and Dudu's not really able to do any damage because Curdy knocked him up with the ulti in the first place. But now there's no Ambessa ult, now there's no big ultis to commit onto the Tristana. Dudu can go crazy, he can go wild, resets over everybody, and finds the quadra kill.
Rooted, if we do in fact go to game 5, which is looking like we will, if we don't put Dudu on something like this, right? Something with a lot of agency, there's a lot of ability to carry. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Dude, right? And it's just like, this feels like such the formula for Los Grandes, but Fluxu, like you said, they're not going down without a fight. They're able to grab that Baron, our Los Grandes, but now what can they do off the back of it? Purdy showing up late to the fight. Did he get onto Feisty, getting decent damage down onto him? No one has fallen just yet except for Bao. But honestly, that might not be the worst thing in the world. As Peach goes down, now all of a sudden you're in some trouble. Cody is not long for this world. Go next. Los Grandes in full control. They've got the Baron. They're going to run it down mid of the 30-minute mark. Those are some long respawn timers, Roodood.
Yeah, 40-second death timers are really big. Momochi doing as much as he can to try and stall those minions from getting in. But that's a whole nother wave, Curdy. I don't think he's going to be able to cut that wave easily. And this is going to be it. Rose, bust out the track.
Get into that royalty-free bag. Our great producer, get in there and do what you got to do. We are going to Silver Scrapes because both these teams in the upper bracket, in the regular season, they went the distance. 3 games, 5 games. This will now be the 13th game these two teams have played each other in a span of 4 weeks. That was the last week of the season when they went head-to-head, and they went all 3 games. As Fluxu, now with their back, well, both teams have their backs against the wall, but Fluxu with a bit of a mouth punch there. You see Curdy and Doo chopping it up to see who's going to get the boot camp, who's going to get the paid-for trip to MSI. Is MSI in your neck of the woods, Roodood?
No. It's not near me.
Again.
Nah, not near me. Which is, maybe a little bit sad. But if it's in NA this time, Worlds is in NA, so it's probably MSI is probably in an Eastern country this year.
Yeah,
would be my wager.
Yeah.
In fact,
usually
I know
it goes.
Yeah, they'll do 1 for 1. Nice that they got Brazil involved for first stand this year, which was really really good to see. I mean, for me,
very sick.
Like you mentioned, 13th time these two teams will have played each other. Like, it's no surprise that they're coming off the Rift, having a nice little catch up with one another, and they're like, "Hey, how are you?" Because they're going to be so familiar. They're going to be learning the routines, the regiments of what to expect. And we're about to go into a game 5 that decides, like you say, who goes and gets a fully funded trip for a boot camp. Who it is that's able to play up against Red just tomorrow, right? Like, you've got a really big best of 5 right now to win, and then you've got another one tomorrow. So it's brutal to have to play a best of 5 right now and then keep going and do it again tomorrow. But that's the situation these two teams are in.
We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we will get that all-important decisive game 5. See who gets that trip, like you said. Who's got to be, we're saying we're focusing on the boot camp, but your season is still alive. You could get to go to MSI. On Riot's dime still, but then you don't get to just play the boot camp. You get to actually go play, you get to go get your teeth kicked in by Caps, right? It's very exciting. So that is on the line here potentially as we go forward. But for now, quick break, Silver Scrapes time. Don't go anywhere. One more game to close out the Saturday. It's time for Game 5. Los Grandes and Fluxu giving us, again, the maximum amount of games. I'm 4x4. That is Roodood. We hope you've been enjoying the series so far. It's been some close games, some blowouts, right? Kind of what you'd expect. Some really questionable drafts, some really good gameplay. It feels like we've had a bit of a different hero every game, Roodood, which is also fun to see.
Yeah, we almost... Well, we did end up with the Dudu hero arc, finally here in game number 4. Largely because he's the one that kept the ship upright. It was... Feisty and Zest, who hoisted the mast, got the sails going, set them out to sea, and then immediately, promptly jumped themselves overboard. And it was Dudu who was like, "You've given me no training. What's going on?" Fortunately, on the Tristana, he was able to get to a 3-item spike and sort of claw back what was a very lost team fight from the jaws of, well, defeat, ultimately.
Yeah, and then it was kind of no looking back. Feisty, a good game with a couple of oopsies on the Aurora, but... No, a very good game from him, and Curse, man. Just a great facilitator jungler performance on the Skarner. He was absolutely awesome. Everybody kind of did their job. But now, Fluxu, with their kind of backs against the wall, momentum-wise, but certainly not level of play-wise. It was them that won the series 3-2 in the upper bracket, set Los Grandes down here where they had to beat Cade and Loud, who, I mean, to be fair to Los Grandes, neither one of those teams put up a huge fight, fortunately. But these are very clearly our third and fourth best teams. We'll see who gets to play for a spot at the finals.
My question I think my question to you before we get into this draft, who do you think is the better team from these games? Who do you actually think is the better team?
I genuinely don't know. My gut, oh God, I literally, as I said the words "my gut," I flipped my answer, so I don't.
The true definition of I don't know.
Because Los Grandes seem more stable. To me, it just comes down to if Curdy figures it out, this Fluxu team could be they are firmly in the top 3. In my opinion.
Yeah,
I think Cody is as good as they come. I think my gut would say Los Grandes right now.
Yeah.
I think they're just a little bit more stable, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I could hear arguments for both sides because I think for example, I think the bottom lane is better for Los Grandes. I think the mid laner is better for Fluxu. I think the jungle is better for Fluxu, but I think the top lane is better for Los Grandes. I think this can go any which way, and I think it depends on draft. It depends on what sort of comfort you're giving everybody. So it's really tough to say just who is the quote unquote just better team.
Yeah, you know what? I'm oh my word. Okay, first pick Anivia. I'd line up, and I think that pound for pound, when we've said okay, let's talk even drafts, it's always been Los who are coming out on top. So I'd give that little edge there to Los in that sense. But what they have done is, they've put the curse fries in the bag.
Gave Curse Sejuani, it's over.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, they've done what they needed to here.
We will see you tomorrow when you take on Red Canids. Have a great night, everybody.
And that's it. And they've given Dudu a carry, okay, but it's not that hyperscaler that we're talking about. And now Bao, has got Yunara Lulu in the back pocket. And, for me, Bao has been very muted, really, throughout this entire series. Not necessarily a big win with flashing Los in the finals already. Bao hasn't been the reason that Fluxu's won a game, nor particularly the reason that they've lost any games. Just sort of been there and been a part of the comp. This game is about him, though. He needs to sort of take 100%. Back control and sort of showcase, actually, I've got the power to really rocket home some good damage and take this game hopefully that little bit further and take his team that little bit further.
And now Feisty or Zest on the Yone here. So if it's Yone into the Anivia, that feels good. I don't like it. Anivia doesn't like it when you get all up in her grill. yeah, true. I asked her, she told me.
No, I mean she's very vocal about that as well. You and Anivia are pretty good mates, but it's good to just double check and make sure. In terms of the bans, Fluxu have to be trolling the bans. Ackerman has flashed these 2 champions every time. He's flashed Camille Pike every single time, and Fluxu just ban them. Yeah, that's actually no. We've said it doesn't matter what you pick in this last phase. We can't do anything. We're not bothered.
No. Now Ackerman kind of doing the same thing here. What will he lock in for? Another solo laner? Please don't. Okay. if we got Zest Darius in Game 5, I would have crashed out. That would have been like, what are you doing?
All right.
Okay.
This is okay. It's Galio mid, Yone top. And honestly, if you give me the mix of who do you want to play Yone, Feisty or Zest, I know what my answer is. And and I don't think that's changing for really anyone. To be completely honest with you,
what we thought this mid lane matchup was to the top lane, because then the Silas gets locked in.
It does. Still an opportunity. I mean, I would say that both of these solo laners for Fluxu could just be swapped around. Obviously, with Curdy and the introduction of role quests, it's you can't just swap them willy-nilly in the game now, which is, maybe a little bit of a redundancy, let's say. One of the drawbacks for these role quests. And you know what, Rose? Quite right. Canonically, of course, Galio infamously shackles Silas. So
True.
I've not read the lore. I don't know if that's what he does, but
it would make sense.
It would.
I wouldn't doubt that. But also, I'm pretty easy.
Did you believe me when I said it?
Yeah, I did.
Then that's good enough. That's good enough. That's all we need.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm pretty easily manipulated. I bring a lot of good characteristics to the table. That is not one of them.
No. Blind obedience is always good, I think. That's what I look for. It's what I look for in a casting partner, actually.
I grew up in the church. Forgive me, I'm still shedding. But this is not a therapy session. We can unpack that a little bit more after.
That's Gringos Liberados. That's what that
exactly. Is. Yes.
Normally for RMC. Normally RMC's therapy sessions after paying gaming losses, but you know. It's game 5, folks. Los vs Fluxu. Winner plays again tomorrow in a best of 5 up against the Red Canids. Also books themselves an all-expensive paid trip to a boot camp in the off-season. Loser
in Korea
feels sad.
Found out. So not only do you get the boot camp in the MSI region against like all the best teams and players, whatever, you get Korean solo queue. So this one, not all MSI boot camps are created equal.
No, that's true. This is a good one. This is one that we're looking forward to. As we've talked about this relatively consistently here. Give Curse a Sejuani style champion, expect good things. Give Dudu a carry, expect good things. Now I am also looking at that top side as well, where we tend towards thinking Zest probably going to have the run of things up against Curdy. This is a very skill-oriented matchup, very much leaning towards the Yone, don't get me wrong. Anivia, to phrase, quote directly, my co-caster here, hates it when you are all up in her grill. And Yone pretty good on the old barbecue.
Yeah, that's kind of what he does. That's like his whole, that's his whole thing. And again, but the only thing kind of, again, if you could play, like I said, it's a skill-based matchup, and it's a knowing the other champions' kind of spells and rotations and play patterns, right? But it's knowing, this is still a range versus melee matchup, right? And Curdy, I think, took Electrocute, so, yep. So the trades actually can be stuff like that, right? And you see Curdy, he's abusing that initial level advantage. You get a big old wave crashed onto Zest here.
Now, after first recalls, this then becomes, I'm going to assume, a lot worse. But it's good to see so far that Curdy able to get all but 2 of the creeps. I think I'd like to see him spend this time resetting and maybe getting that free recall out on the map. Maybe get a tier. He's got enough gold to make something good happen. But instead looks to punish and grow that lead a little further.
Yeah, I would have taken the first.
Oh.
Hold on, Cody's just dead here.
Feisty,
unless, of course, he flashes away. He doesn't care about the lore. He's got 13 HP. Man, oh man.
Yeah, Feisty, it's not been the series for you, unfortunately. He autoed a creep, which just would have killed Cody ultimately.
Yeah,
and that sucks. To be completely honest, because that's the deal breaker that Los were looking for. And if this series has been not defined by, but Cody has been besting Feisty pretty much every single time.
Yeah.
So the fact that Feisty could have had that really big advantage You know, it doesn't feel great. Oh, the bait.
And now Peach looking to go in. Took the bait. Like you said, Cody in some trouble here. The Winds of War do land. The first blood goes over to Curse on the Sejuani. Los Grandes out in front here early. Some fisticuffs in the bottom lane, though. Bow just on a bit of a right-click champion. Hold on, Peach. Surely no. Curse, you got to be careful here, brother. This could get ugly. Peach almost played that perfectly. And Curse is going to get the heck out of dodge with the Arctic Assault.
Yeah, just hops off over the wall, and that's a 2 for nothing here. Pause comes through.
And Peach said, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Peach said, I pressed my flash button. Why have I been hit by Sejuani W2? Let me reward review. Let me check that one. As, yeah, you know, you're probably not supposed to lose to Sejuani Galio 2v2 early on.
No.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. It does seem like it's on the Los Grandes side. Yeah, the referee was over there talking to whether it was Feisty or Curse there. Still think he should be named Doom, man. You had like all caps Doom as your IGN is the sickest.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? He had it, and then was he made to change, or did he just go back to? Because he was cursed previously as well.
Yeah, true. It was Curse, then Doom. So I think Doom's just like, what are we doing, dude? Doom. As a jungler too, right? Waiting in the wings. Here comes Doom.
Literally.
Here comes certain death. Here comes pandemonium. Here comes apocalypse. Right? All these like crazy names. Alas. But Fluxu, yeah, out in front here. Or I should say, no, excuse me. Los Grandes out in front because Curse is actually playing the Sejuani. Got a couple good ganks in. And punished Cody being flashless early on. So easy as you like. Pretty kind of early game going to script here for Los Grandes.
Yeah, and again, right, like this is Feisty struggled in this mid lane matchup relatively consistently throughout this series. All but found a solo kill. If you'd have auto-attacked the right thing, would have found a solo kill, then immediately gets a little bit of support from his jungler. They find a 2 versus 2 kill, which is like perfectly executed as well. They're able to utilize that Sejuani passive build-up on the melee Galio. Looks really solid. I'm hoping to see them translate that now into that top side as well. Let's try and get Zest involved. Like let's break the egg. Let's make sure that Curdy feels a little bit exploited for the fact that he's playing in a mobile mage in the top lane up against a Yone in this long lane with a Sejuani that can quite easily come from the wings. I would like to see that potentially looked at, exploited.
Yeah, I think it's what you said. Let's try to get that going in other lanes, right? Because that top lane could be really, really volatile. You have to. You've got the lead now. You simply cannot let, you can't let Zest fall by the way. Actually, I mean, if Zest falls by the wayside, I mean, it's still a Yone, right? It's still kind of, I would say, I trust Zest to pilot it more than I do, Curdy to have like a great game on the Anivia down the line. Anivia is a little tougher to kind of pilot. You've got to keep your spacing really, really good. Whereas with Yone, yes, I'm not saying it takes no mechanical skill, as Rose plays tic-tac-toe with themselves there on the bottom right. Here, okay, I'll go top left. Oh. There you go. All right, now you.
I'm letting Rose play this in case that wasn't clear. This is Rose versus 5x5. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm going far middle right. As now he just puts me into situations getting hit set for a Cats game. I fear. Do it. Oh, okay. We'll go bottom left corner. Okay, conceding. I see. Yeah.
Nobody wins.
All right. Well, I had fun.
Tic-tac-toe is a solved game.
It is. It's true. It's famously a solved game.
I actually like I think one of my biggest flaws is despising most board games just because they're solved, and all of the fun for me is lost.
That's pretty on brand for you, I have to say.
Is lost. All of the fun for me is lost as soon as I know what the solve is, and I'm just like, well, I'm not enjoying this anymore because you rolled the dice better than me,
Yeah. Give me an example of
Monopoly.
A game that okay.
Monopoly is a solved game, and as such, I cannot derive joy from it.
Understandable.
And it's the classic.
But yeah, but I also don't know I don't know the optimal strategy, so I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay, I'll not spoil it. If you're enjoying Monopoly at the holiday times, I won't spoil Monopoly, but it is solved, and that bothers me. Either way, Zest on this top side probably gets the egg here.
Should be able to. Wow, yes, he does. That's exactly what happens. So, crack the egg. You got the one. Like you said, you were looking for that.
Jungler! Jungler! Get up here! This guy has no egg.
Kill this man!
This guy has no egg. Please, I beggeth thee. We can dive really easily, actually. Especially with Aftershock. They were trying to buff engage supports. What did they actually buff? Sejuani.
True and based. Yeah, and with Knight's Vow getting a little bit stronger as well.
Yeah.
That item is already pretty crazy. These just balling on a budget. I'm gonna get to that first item, that spike, really quick. Heartsteel, I think they buffed as well. So they buffed it or I think they buffed it.
Surely they buffed it in the round of we've got to make tanks stronger so that they can play support. They wouldn't go, actually, this one really good dopamine item we're going to nerf. But again, I think that a buff to Heartsteel in the current landscape, maybe not what people are looking for. For Fluxu, though, it's not all doom and gloom. Obviously, the top side is full Disperge. Down in the bot lane, though, Bao and Momochi are having a pretty decent run of things. This Yunara, again, is going to need to be the lifeblood of this composition as they get later on into this. And it's on Bao to carry his team now over the line, take them to a lower bracket final if they win this match right here. Obviously, a position that, or in a series that is going to be much trickier for them than this one. I don't think we're in any, we're not in any illusions that Red Canids are probably stronger than these two teams. So a win here puts you in a much more difficult series tomorrow, but it gives you that chance to play that more difficult series.
Yes, exactly. And that's all you want. And with, these teams are going to be, they're going to have a lot more data to pull from. That's for sure. Red did beat Fluxu in the upper bracket. So Red have seen one of these teams, but it is Fluxu. Los Grones would be a new opponent in the, in the playoff scheme of things. As Curse grab his first dragon of the game.
Yeah, Los are on a lower bracket tear. And we can never underestimate the power of a lower bracket run.
No.
Shout out, was it C9 2017 or something? Maybe not a lower bracket, but the gauntlet run.
Yeah, no, I mean, history is littered with examples of great lower bracket runs and the momentum that can help you build. I mean, in Brazil, 2023 split either 1 or 2 when I think it was Red Canids. They made a lower bracket run all the way to the final. Maybe it was 2020. I don't know. That could be big, but I think that did happen.
Man, but even just a lot of T1 playing in the qualification game for Worlds literally last year.
Yes, absolutely.
DRX 2024, they were like a massive underdog story the entire time.
2022.
Maybe not 4, yeah.
DRX.
A year after COVID, right? That's my...
No, 2 years after COVID, because the year after COVID was EDG. 22, because that was less time.
Here we go. Jungler is... Whoa!
Wait!
Banana Yone! Oh, no!
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. All right, well, it cost Curry his flash, but equally, it was very funny.
You got one back, and you burned 2 ultimates.
He burned 2 ultimates. Los lost a lot of aura as well for that. Like, you can't underestimate the
psychic damage was dealt.
Yes, it was. And it did look really good. As, Curdy, he survived on that top side. We're getting almost past the point of mana problems for the Anivia. Once the rod comes through, that's then when you're looking, okay, I'm just about okay. But he's got no shoes. Like, if he gets caught out in that top lane, like, he just gets ran down, and that's about as good as it gets. But he is getting to his Rod of Ages really quickly. I think the breakpoint would have been him looking to go back to base next time round, or rather this time round, with the Rod of Ages money in his back pocket, because he had been farming incredibly well, but not quite able to make that work. Bao goes for an ulti on the bot side with a jungler here.
Well, hang on a second here. Peach is in. You're just going to beat the snot out of Ackerman, get the knock up, can't get the Pop Blossom off.
Lovely.
Luxu punch back, and crucially, get a kill there onto Bao, right? We talked about it. He is on a character that has a lot of onus, can just print damage.
I mean, and now they're just going to dive Dudu as well. He has flash, he has barrier, but I think Polymorph just wins.
Yep. Able to get the swipe off the back end of that. Peach with a very nice follow-up. Almost got a kill on the back end. Had to burn the ultimate as well. So, a couple ultimates burned, but Fluxu right back in it.
They'll happily burn those ults if it gets Bow even just a fraction of an advantage, and they don't lose anything for it. Dudu loses out on a wave, and you know the Yunara gets to go back to base. Half-bound axe probably working quite nicely towards the Kraken Slayer first off, which really big one-item power spike for Yunara as well. So we'll hope to see that can come through and continue to go toe-to-toe and honestly besting Dudu and Ackerman down on this bot side. But Curdy, no flash. Egg now back up, I believe. So if they want to try and make a play for this top lane, going to need to go about it the long and hard way here, as well as we need to try and take Curdy out and get rid of that rebirth.
Yep, Egg back up. Curdy still no tier. That makes me a little bit nervous.
He has to skip it at this point.
But,
yeah,
like you said. But the sooner you get to the rod, the better, I guess. But also, like, what's the difference that 400 gold is going to make? But maybe it could be a lot. But
if he gets into the Rod of Ages that bit sooner, then that's the difference it makes. If he goes back to base, buys a rod, and then 400 gold's worth of items, that's an L, and we don't care for that. But I'm looking down at this bot side. It's very telegraphed that Los want to go for this dive, but I don't think that this is the place to try to dive. This is the place you avoid and pray that they don't win the game at.
Yeah, and certainly with Peach coming back, that kind of spells the nope. All right, we'll go next button here. As Peach does have the Grim Deliverance back online. He's got a Triforce as well. So he's on a completed item, whereas literally nobody else besides Curse has a completed item. So
you know what it is?
Back, yeah.
It's that juicy Hearthsteel as well.
True.
So,
but recently
feels good.
Hearthsteel. Yeah.
As we've guessed,
As we've extrapolated. Oh, hang on a second here. Glacial Prison just lands on a Peach. He gets nothing out of the Grim Deliverance. Pop Blossom coming in hot. Woo! Has Cody swept one away as well? Question mark? No, he wasn't even there. I thought he got a double Pop Blossom. I'm just stupid. Momochi will go down. Little Yordle can't do much of anything here, so it will be a 2-for-0.
No, so you're not stupid, 4x4. Feisty tried to get involved. Cody interrupted it. Okay. The second circle was a Galio ult. That Galio ulti was interrupted, as we now see Curdy losing out on another turret plate on that top side. And Zest continues to grow this lead. Now, Curdy had the fun times early on, right? He was able to, hey, I'm ranged, you're melee. Lol, what are you going to do? And now Curdy has got level 6. He's got a Vamp Scepter and tier 2 boots. That's, for those uninitiated, that's full build for these AD bruisers. Think Aurelia, Yasuo, and Yone. They all sort of thrive with a Vamp Scepter and a second tier boots. So Zest is absolutely fine. We get a replay of what happened down on this bot side. It's Ackerman on the Nico, where you need to have these really big ultis. This is the first of hopefully many. If you are a Los Grandes fan, remember that this is Fluxu's time to shine. This is their area of expertise in that bot side. But Ackerman, go stealth, triple knock up. The Galio ulti gives the shield to Curse, which is pretty much all that he needs to enable him to feel emboldened, go forward, take out Momochi as well. You could argue, if you gave the shield over to Dudu, does Dudu live? Maybe, but either way, it's a good pickup. It's a 3-for-1 down on the bot side. Yet another win for Los Grandes on the map.
Peach, if he can get to Zest, I was going to say if the W lands, then maybe you got a chance here, but not going to be the case. Yeah, now Zest, like you said, he is full build. Curdy, still no tier. Got himself the boots, which is fair. But
yeah, but he got
he's going to start stacking that up.
To really aggravate you 4x4, he got the boots and the refillable and the control ward. That's 400 gold. Sure. That could have been a tier, which isn't. But I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that Curtis left his turret, so that control ward, I feel like, is just.
Yeah, right. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Oh, we've ulted forward.
Zest going for the all in here. Soul Unbound to try to clear even more distance. Pop Blossom finds nothing. Ackerman whiffs on that one. And Curdy still eggless, or the opposite of eggless, I guess. Yeah, he eggful. He's eggful.
He is indeed eggful. Congratulations to Curdy on remaining eggful here in this one. As the dragon probably falls in favor of Fluxu now. You just used Pop Blossom on the top side. You've just committed Fate Sealed, which now to give Zest some flame. We've been doling it out pretty haphazardly, or pretty fairly rather. He's not hit an ulti yet, so
No,
The hope is that soon that'll land, and we'll see some changes come through to that measure. Bao now stepping forward again with the Yunara in his back pocket and a completed Kraken Slayer. You'd like to think that this guy gon' hurt.
Yeah, that is certainly the hope. That Kraken Slayer is a really nice spike. Doo-doo, a little bit away from a 2-item spike of his own. Once he gets that Triforce Mana Moon, then he gon' hurt.
Yeah.
Feisty, perfectly happy to index overly into that magic resist, into Cody, into Curdy.
Oh, if it ain't broke.
Now Curdy's locked up here. Remember, he is Eggful. Famously, he is Eggful. So
he is.
Only gets so
However,
much.
oh, never mind. I was going to say the wave doesn't look good, and then Zest immediately broke it, and I was like, well, that's no longer a problem, but with Herald spawning, it makes sense. Zest's going to push this wave in, cashes in on the full wave. He's going to try and help his jungler out as well as... We'd like to see Los continue the snowball. I think as this game gets later, it's definitely tricky for them to try and play up against a Yunara. The scaling of an Anivia as well, never to be understated, and sort of disruption that she can cause up against this very close range composition, definitely something to keep our eyes out for. Peach has hopped into the pit. Yoink!
Taken the objective. Peach will now hop out of the pit with the Grim Deliverance. But Los Grodes, they're going to catch him with Ackerman, with a Pop Blossom. Punished. He doesn't even pick up the Eye of the Herald.
Yeah, they took that personally. Is the takeaway from that one? They were not happy that the eye is going to fall, and that they are not going to be the ones that claimed it. They do take down Peach, but importantly, they don't get to really break open a turret with this. I think if they want to get some turrets, it's about moving Zest into those lanes. As you can see, he's able to take this top lane turret. Maybe he's going to try and do the same thing down on that bot side, but I think trying to get access to that mid-tier 1 turret, I mean, it would have been possible with the Rift Herald. Now, of course, not going to be as simple.
No, not quite. Almost got it.
Look at the map as well. Zest immediately goes back. Okay, that tier 1 turret down in the bot lane, that's my next goal. Feisty, off you go, buddy. Thank you so much. You did a great job clearing waves. Now it's my time.
Ooh, pardon me. Call me on. Yeah, 100% KP though for Curse, and was 100% KP for Feisty. So again, it's this mid jungle, and I think again, just as this series has evolved, I mean, we've seen as they've gotten deeper into Fearless, more of an identity being constructed. Again, Curse on a facilitator, but he and Feisty have been linking up very, very well the entire series, no matter kind of what style of champion they've been on. When these two are active and around the map, this team looks awesome.
Well, they were looking for Curdy. No wall just yet, and they may over-index here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
can't let
fights
the
on
W.
both sides.
The dreaded return goes wide. Wild Growth onto Bao for Momochi. Now coming in hot is Peach with the Grim Deliverance. Gets down. Not enough damage, just barely enough. Bao going to get the kill there on the reverse end onto Curse. Meanwhile, on your right side, we've got a kill potentially coming over to Cody. If he can catch up to Feisty, able to flash forward. Bao taken very low on the left side of your screen. As Ackerman will go down. He got Momochi. All right. There's the shutdown.
Okay. 2 for 1 overall. It's in favor of Fluxo against the run of play here. 2 separate fights, a 3v3 in the mid-river area and a 2v2 down in the bot lane. It's Cody's TP, I think, that gets him behind Zest and Feisty, who were very aggressively posturing to try and take down the Anivia. They didn't even get the egg, so, really didn't make that stick at all. And then Zest, obviously, Zest barely limps away. His flash gets him away from a stolen Fate Sealed. And Feisty does have to pay for the sins of his top laner down here. So yeah, TP from Cody is what starts this off. Q3 goes wide, so Cody's just sort of the opposite of burning them alive, freezing them alive. Good flash by Zest does get him away from that stolen Fate Sealed, but unfortunately Feisty not able to limp away. A flash expended by Cody does end up taking him down, and Ackerman importantly finding the 1 kill back, which I think saves their tier 1 turret. So this is what happens in the mid lane.
On the other side.
Curse, again, heat-seeking missile finds Bao. Unfortunately, Ackerman, first of many big whiffs for Ackerman here. Had a really big fight on the first 3v3 this time round. In fact, did the exact opposite. I'm not quite sure how he finds Bao here, just sort of sneaking off of vision, or is he just walking away and throws the fade away? Yeah, okay.
That's exactly what he does.
Okay, big. This time 5v5 here. Drake spawned. 1-1 on Drake's apiece thus far. Bluebuff goes to Curse and...
Ooh. Glacial Prison lands on a Cody, but he's able to buffer a little bit of distance onto it. Whether that was the difference between them engaging on him and not, I guess we'll never really know. But Bao, he's hit the Fiend Hunter bolts. That is a massive second item for the Unara. You press R and you become a bit of a raid boss. Just start executing just immense amounts of damage. Throwing your Zenyatta balls that way. Shout out to my my Overwatch players, my fellow Zillennials in the house. On that one, Curdy, he is eggful. He's trying to get something, get the wall down, get a pick of some kind. Ackerman taking down to about 2/3 HP. Peach just going over the wall. Did he get a little bit too over-aggressive? Seems like Peach. He did. He just got absolutely bounce house. Gets back in with the Grim Deliverance, plus the Wild Growth. There goes the Hero's Entrance over the top of it. Curdy is low, and Peach might have just baited his team into something disastrous. But Momochi and Bao on the other side are getting a little bit back. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Los Grandes. Can they get anything else? The Winds of War will find a little bit. Taking low. He's trying to get something down on the back end, but will not be able to. Double kill over to the Los Grandes AD carry. Dudu on the board with a couple big kills.
And it's a really big fight for Los here. The first big 5v5. They came into it with an advantage, but it was very up in the air as to whether or not they were actually going to be able to see this one through. Dudu and Feisty having a stellar performance. And Zest as well comes up clutch for the team when he is needed. It's Peach who's just hopped over the wall, gets taunted, loses all of his HP before he's even able to contribute to this fight. Zest, triple fate sealed, catches so many people. If he just throws one extra Q there, he kills Cody and Curty from the snapback damage. And on the other side of this fight, I think if Bao takes Ackerman, it means this fight is overall not too bad, but the chase down from this, really important. Curse goes forward, knows that all he needs to do is land the slow, and he's playing this Sejuani beautifully, tanking up the turret there for his team, landing the slow, landing the ulti on crucial targets. Really solid performance from him on this Sedge in game number 5. We said that Peach was running the Rift in the jungle for games 1 through 3. Well, Curse just turned it up in 4, and now in 5 as well.
Put this dude on these types of champions, man. Like it feels like we're watching a different player. Like the agency that he has had and the effect that he's had, and going like 0-0-5, right? He's just like kind of okay, yeah, you got gotta or no, wait, no, this is a different game. I'm thinking differently, but okay, he's got 4 kills, but he's doing a good job of still transmitting his leads and making sure that the momentum gets pushed forward. Like you said, he's such a disruptive presence. He's such a big body. Now he's got his team about 5,000 gold ahead in this game 5 here. On the other side, Curdy gonna get that tier 1. Finally, the first tower of the game for Fluxu will eventually go down. Right?
Peach, you're in trouble.
Peach is dead. Peach is dead.
Look at the timer. Look at the clock. 22 minutes. Baron's live.
Baron time.
You have no jungler. Dudu picks up that kill, and the rest of Los are immediately just going to turn onto this objective. There's a TP into the mid lane from Curdy. He's got a big TP HP bar, but is that going to be enough here? Can they do this? Can they stop this?
Let's see. Curdy, Zest, he gets polymorphed and he gets deleted. Momochi with a massive press W on the Yone. Glacial Prison not going to find much. Is Feisty just going to be left to the Wolves? Looks like he will be. So you got the Baron, but only 3 of your members survive.
And importantly as well, it's both solo laners that lost the Baron, the people that you would send to the side lane to really make the impact, make that difference happen, now no longer have it. Zest, we can maybe forgive going forward like that, trying to buy space, trying to buy time, but the fact that they lose Feisty as well, I think it's now a question of what can they do with this Baron. Do they have enough tools to break some structures of their own, or was this the window back into the game that Fluxu needed? 10 seconds on some respawns. I want to see pretty much insta-TP from Feisty. Let's really try to make the most of this because the Baron, 2 minutes left. You've got to get out on that map nice and early. I think the good thing is that the overlap with the Dragon is really nice. So if they play through mid, play through bot, they can get some good vision set up down on the bot side and then look to take that next Dragon, put themselves on Soul Point and make the game flow quite nicely for them. But it's a long time coming here for Los. Played Fluxu in the upper bracket about 3 weeks ago. It was a 5-game series once again. Fluxu sent them packing down to the lower bracket, where in fairness, they've had one hell of a run. They took down the CBLOL Cup champions last week. They took down VKS the week before, and now they see Cody top lane.
And they smell blood. Good night, Cody. Los Grandes find another one on the back of Curse. Just the death squad roaming around. You've got enough players wearing purple, evidently, Roodood, to where this is not going to be an issue. He's trying to go even on this Baron power play. They can get a couple towers. Obviously, cracking the inhibitor is the ideal scenario here.
Oh,
Getting
double!
a kill and a fantastic Fate Seal. We were clouded on him for the missed ults earlier, but that one was gorgeous. It sends Fluxu hightailing it back into their base.
Man, this Zest guy, pretty darn good at League of Legends, if I had to say so myself, as that's probably going to break open this top lane inhibitor turret. The inhibitor surely to follow as well, but 8 seconds on Cody. Maybe that's a little bit too much of a stretch here, especially with the Anivia now ready to clear the wave.
Now with Cody
Well,
back,
they're looking for this. Hold on.
here from Cody. What sort of ultimate is he going to be able to swipe? He grabs the Fate Sealed. He gets out of dodge, but still has yet to have an impact on this fight. Dare I say, in this game. As he's trying to get forward, Glacial Prison lands. Big Pop Blossom for Ackerman. You know, when those ultimates miss, it's embarrassing, but when they hit, good golly, Miss Molly, do they make a massive and outsized impact. Los Grandes might be able to just end the game right here.
This is where you're looking to your Anivia. Can you do the unthinkable? Up against 5 members with Baron buff. It's only got 4 seconds left. This is going to be really close for Los if they can't kill Curti.
Oh, they're going to be able to kill Curti. Can they get the egg off the back of it, or they just ignore it and leave the Nexus exposed? Zest has his ultimate back up because he's level 16. Los Grandes. They take the series 3-2. They've got a date against Red tomorrow. Fluxu sent home, and vengeance is a dish best served sweet.
History will not repeat itself. 4x4 will not be another 5-game series that Los come away the defeated of. This time round, they're able to continue their lower bracket run. That is now 3 consecutive scalps that they have taken. What a turnaround from the CBLOL Cup for this organization. A team that went all but undefeated into the playoffs with one blip on the radar up against the worst team in the league, to immediately bombing out of the CBLOL Cup, to immediately losing both of their playoff series, to now in Split 2, it looks like maybe the same thing's going to happen. They go out in the first round, they get knocked down to the lower bracket, they're up against a VKS team who, on their day, could have tangoed with the best of them, to now having 3 consecutive backs against the wall series, putting themselves in this position where they're able to now play up against Los. Look at against Red. Look at that run along the bottom. It's just Los. It's all Los here.
They have played 4 best of 5s. They are your 3rd place team at worst. They will be going to South Korea. All expenses paid. Boot camp locked up there. And tomorrow, they will see if they can punch a ticket to the finals and keep the good times rolling. If they beat Red, I think that would be their first kind of true upset. Everything else you could argue, okay, like how good was Cade really? Loud, maybe they were frauds, right? I would call that one an upset, but not by a lot.
Yeah.
But if they were to take down Red, that would be a true bona fide upset. So that series is going on tomorrow. I'm going trying to pull up the schedule. Yeah, and it will be you and Trajan.
Yeah, Trajan and I on the call for tomorrow, which I mean promises to be a good one. Obviously, I think we're going to struggle to get 5 games out of that, if I'm being completely honest. But we got a 5-gamer tonight, so that feels good.
Yeah. Any final thoughts on? I mean, we've sung the praises of Los Grandes and kind of what they have found here. The question is, with tank items and supports and the meta trying to shift a little back towards what feels like Curse's wheelhouse, could be set up for something special here. And Steps, he plays very much the opposite of that type of game. So I think tomorrow's series is going to be absolutely fascinating, Roodood.
It definitely is. I mean, regardless of where the meta's going, I think if it has these 2 teams in it, the series is going to bang. With Red obviously coming in as your favourites, I would expect them to get a rematch, a date with Furia next weekend, and pray that they can do the same sort of thing, or rather do a different thing than they did last time out. But the Red versus Los train will be worth watching, and it was good to see this sort of mini rivalry through Los and Fluxu. Like you say, this is their 13th game that they've played in like 4 weeks, which never happens in competitive league, where they have 3 really close, intense matchups back to back to back.
Yeah, no, this one definitely delivered, and we thank you guys for being here with us for it. For our producer Rose, for you guys, that has been Roodood. Guys, support us if you feel so inclined. Even just hitting the like, hitting the sub. If you got Amazon Prime, throw the Prime sub there. We've got links to our community Discord in the description as well. So join there. Our YouTube channel is there. Our Spotify, and a group of kind of like-minded people that love this region for what it is, which is endlessly entertaining, if nothing else. So for all those people, I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, for Los Grandes versus Red Canids. We'll see you there.